Cute.
Have you been outside?
I haven't been outside in 2 months.
Hello.
Yeah, fair.
Hello. Oh, this overlay is so cute.
Woo!
Yeah, I still need to add everyone's names and pronouns, but I'll be working on that as we go. Figure it's gonna take a minute, so.
Yeah, because I figure we'll take some time to like introduce ourselves and
Yeah.
go over what we're doing.
Yeah.
As I pull
like-
up the Twitch stream so I can see the cute overlay.
I like the gay positioning that you have everyone in.
Oh, can you
Oh,
tell?
this is a cute overlay.
Yeah, that you're squished in between your partners and the two of us are next to each other.
Okay. I'm gonna speed up the music.
Haha, Gwen's getting sandwiched.
Fucking gay ass.
Gwen is surrounded. Gwen is in serious danger.
I like how hard I am to see.
Yeah, you're supposed to be scary. You're supposed to be mysterious.
Spooky.
I like how hard I am.
I like how
That's-
hard I am.
Maybe that's a different kind of stream we're going for.
It is what
I
you
had-
said.
I had to sabotage it in the first couple of seconds.
You had to make sure the energy was really sexual.
I had
Oh,
to.
yeah.
I had to make sure. I put your peanut in a bear trap. Okay.
Blues.
Okay.
Thank you for gift subbing my girlfriend and my friend.
Yeah, Blues, thanks for the gift subs. Stop.
It's like getting fucking sniped. Like if you
Blues has
post your
gifted
sub, and
25
Blues is here.
subs.
hmm
Those 5 more gift subs.
Yeah, there's not gonna be like sounds or
That's- yeah.
visual things for the stream stuff because I didn't make one without chat.
Yes.
So maybe next
I
time.
should add the map to the Roll20.
Shit, you
You
could.
should, and then I can show everyone our beautiful map.
Oh god, how the fuck do I do that? I hate Roll20. I've never actually had to add resources to this thing.
Adds a
kinda-
resource to your face.
Oh.
Just kind of slide it on in there.
I have to download this. Lame. I should make an extra folder for TTRPG shit, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
Also, everyone's definitely gonna see me type shit. That's fine.
Yeah. I saw Venus very big on the stream.
Yeah, that's just what's gonna happen for all of us.
Mhm.
Wait, if you're typing, you should be putting in flubber.
No.
No.
Oh.
Okay, fine. Cries and then dies. I guess.
You're the only one who communicates in flubber.
It's important to my character that I communicate in only flubber.
Adding like a specification to my pronouns, that means that like if you type in flubber, you've done it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Misgenders you by putting your name in flubber. Also
Wow.
pronouns.
I would if I had flubber on my fucking computer, which I don't.
My dead name on my birth certificate is in flubber. So if you use flubber, you're dead naming me. Excuse me.
oh, it only take. Is this a fucking JPEG? God damn it! I don't actually know. It's a PNG, so this should be able to take PNGs. What the fuck?
Hey Venus, just to make sure it's he, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
1 second. I'm gonna mute for a second.
Don't get lost.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Have fun. Don't fall in.
Do fall in. Wahahaha.
Oh my
Holy
God.
shit. I see that you also are evil to cope.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, you were fucking. We were
I wasn't
fucking
here
deaf.
for that.
Yeah, go with
We
that,
were
but I tried
fucking
a bit.
deafened for the entire bit where I kept putting people's peanuts in a bear trap.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
it
there
was
was-
all me. You were just gaslighting me for the whole 10 minutes.
I gaslight you and put your peanut in a bear trap. Okay.
No.
I,
No.
I put your peanut in the bee vacuum and then turn it off and then the bee sting your peanut. Okay.
No.
Everybody's watching.
Oh, but in privacy, I can do that. Okay.
You can't do it in private either.
Okay.
Rough.
Gets my fucking bindle over my shoulder and like.
The bindle containing a bear trap and a bee vacuum.
Yeah, that's the bindle. It's like very precarious because there's a whole fucking vacuum filled with bees and a bear trap, and then I just like sort of walk away and like get like I train.
As soon as you turn your back, I shoot you with a gun. Okay?
I fucking die.
I shoot you in the back. Okay?
I bleed out in the sand. Okay.
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 All right, this is like a really good display of your role-playing abilities.
The problem is, okay, we're gonna be so good at role playing seriously,
Oh,
but
yeah.
how do I not put your peanut in a bear trap? This is the challenge.
I think you need to. I think you need to. I don't know.
You need to roll for that.
Roll to not put your peanut in a bear trap.
No, I need to roll because rolls have iframes. I am dodging your Dark Souls attack.
If you really wanna.
I do.
Oh.
I don't want to be put in a bear trap.
Who's putting you in a bear trap?
Oh my god.
I think you're being a
Now
little
we're back to-
paranoid.
Now we're back to the
Oh my God.
I'm trying so fucking hard to practice for being a bitch, and this is not at all
This is
how
nodding.
my character. This is not how my character is going to be. It's not going to be like this.
Not
But I
gonna be
have
like
to.
this.
I
You're
have to be
coping.
mean. I've never played a mean TTRPG character. This is going to be a challenge. Because I'm so bad at being mean. I've never been mean to anyone.
Just
Yeah, you're so
imagine
nice.
everybody you're talking to is me.
Is you? Oh
Yeah.
fuck. Hey, do you wanna Ev's vacuum here?
Okay, sorry, I'm back. I was
I
getting
want-
technical assistance from my roommate.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, let me actually get the map on stream.
Yeah. Hopefully
Yahoo!
that is a decent size. That is a lot of what I was trying to finagle. Because Roll20 didn't like that the map originally was 5 megabytes, so we had to make it smaller. I had to compress it.
Squishes
5
human.
megabytes is like such a small limit to place on you.
Yeah, a bit. I hope that's like somewhat legible. I might have to go back and make the font a bit bigger, but at least
It's
the
super
Caradel
not,
Oasis and
but-
Cement, yeah. I can try to fix that while we're doing stuff. But is it legible to y'all in Roll20?
Well,
I can see it all right.
Oh yeah, I can read all the writing. I just
Okay.
do the zoom in.
Then
wait. Is
that
there a roll?
the-
Is there a roll 20 link?
Oh yeah, no,
That
I
is
posted it a
Roll20.
while ago.
Where?
Here. Did I pin it?
No, you
No,
did
I
not
did
pin
not.
it.
I did
Oh.
not pin it. Here, I will
Yeah.
share it again.
I also forgot about the roll-20 link until like minutes ago, and I was like
Mhm.
searching like links Gray had put into chat for like
Oh,
something
there it
else.
is.
And I was like, oh, there's a roll-20 link. I should click on that.
Yeah.
I've had it open in another tab all day.
Oh, that's
You're
cute.
just waiting.
Oh, there's the invite players button. Yeah, I'll screw this. Just copy link address. Right? I wish Roll20 was like functional
That would be
and
great.
not still fucking beta what it feels like. Beta that you can pay for.
Yeah.
Fucking please. On a fucking roof. Sniping. I mean, not just on a roof.
That's what I'm saying. Blues?
Blues, thanks for the gift sub.
You're defeating. If you do it like 3 more, you'll have defeated Gwen.
Yeah, I will have passed away.
Oh shit, Drayden, watch out!
Why are you gonna pass away?
From getting money,
Haha.
from generosity and love.
Haha.
That
Drayden
was.
did not watch
I
out.
love. Hey, no, just make my name that big. Actually, yeah, that's good. Just leave it like that.
Haha, normie pronouns.
What can I say? I'm a simple gal.
What else can I say? Everyone is gray.
That would suck, honestly. That'd be a real fucking what's the name of that movie? Oh, becoming John Malkovich.
One
Yeah.
one single specifically designed plague would destroy all of humanity.
Yeah.
Because we would only have one genome to work with.
It's too scary. I don't want
I
to
mean,
think about that
if you left
stuff.
it big, that would have been really funny.
Well,
Make it really small. Make it illegible.
I think gray needs to be inflated big and round.
I don't. Goodness. Fucking gonna turn.
Pinome.
God. I don't know what to say.
okay. There's everyone's like human name and pronouns.
Yeah. I think they look great. Good job.
Thank you.
This is such a cool layout, Gwen.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, this comes severely
I
as a
ba-
layout.
I stole it basically directly from other people who stream RPGs. So
There you
Well,
go.
You
That's
did it
how-
in a cool way.
That's
Yeah.
how you do it. Theft is okay if you change it a little bit.
woo.
I mean, you made all the elements yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. So, do you want to go ahead and kick this thing off? Get started?
Yeah.
All right. So, I think a good way to start this is just going to be me reading for a little bit, just to kind
Yeah.
of set the tone for everybody else that isn't playing the game.
Mhm.
So, who you are. In Armour Astir, you're rebels, mercenaries, and revolutionaries. You might be a channeler, someone with the ability and training to control an Astir, a humanoid construct of magic and metal, some of which stand 10 times the height of their pilots. You might be a paradigm who gained that power through devout service, a witch who made a pact in their darkest hour, or an imposter who seized magic for their own at a cost. You might be the kind better suited to life outside of a suit of magical armor, of course. You might be a scout trained by the authority who left to fight back, an artificer who grew up keeping things working around their hometown, or a diplomat who made a name for themselves holding factions together. Whoever you are, you represent something. This might be a small group, a company, or simply an ideology. But whatever it is referred to as the cause. It is from your cause that you receive direction and instruction. There are surely other factions involved in the struggle against the authority, and it may be in your interest to align with them, but the cause is what you belong to. Who they are. The exact nature of the authority is up to you and everyone else at your table, but the authority is generally an authoritarian group, usually in a grand position of power that seeks to control and subjugate people who do not fall in line. There is no need for things to be entirely black and white in regards to the motivations of individuals, but as a general whole, the authority should represent something you as players are interested in fighting back against. As with any other tabletop game, you should discuss what kind of content and themes you want to tackle and or avoid during play. There are different degrees and scales of evil, after all, and fighting a simpler, less subtle authority is just as valid as fighting back against something more real and personal. Also, unless you're feeling particularly unimaginative, they should have a better name than the authority. What you're doing. In Armour Astir, players typically rotate between downtime, where they spend their limited free time to repair, rest, and rendezvous, and sorties, where they leave the carrier together to try and achieve a goal. Sorties themselves are usually a combination of several scenes, individually framed sections of action like scenes in a TV show or movie, after each of which the player's risks are cleared. A larger goal, referred to as a mission, is typically achieved over the course of a few sorties. I'm going to move past that now, because that's just some stuff. That's rules.
You don't need to worry about last rolling die and shit.
Yeah. I'm gonna just skip to the setting up section now. Because this is
Okay.
what we actually need to do, because I think that's enough like preface for everybody.
Yeah.
Setting the stage. The very first part, and arguably one of the most important parts of playing Armour Astir, is setting up the world in which your game will take place. Other than the existence of a few things, like Astirs and other magical devices, which you and your group are free to refluff to suit your personal tastes, of course, this game doesn't assume much of your setting, meaning as a group you have a lot of freedom when coming up with a setting you'd like to play in. There are a few important things to iron out, however. Your first job as a group will shape your game's authority, the controlling force like a ruling empire or military group that the players are aligned against. The authority will be a central villain of your game, usually, and should be a group that the players are all interested in fighting against. It's probably a group of power-hungry, empire-minded bastards. The second will do the same for the cause. Same as above. And finally, with that done, we can figure out our characters, but that's kind of already done for the most part, as you can probably tell by the images on
We have to
screen.
introduce them though.
We can introduce them, but that's one of those things that's just always easier to do beforehand, especially if you want to go like far more in depth instead of just like spitballing at a table.
Yeah.
So I think the first thing we can go ahead and sit down and do now is like actually sit down and flesh out the authority.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I think they should be jerks.
Already yeah. So from the start, we already have a character established that is known to be, well, two characters established that is known to be from different parts of the authority. And from this, I have come up with the name of Semet's Blade for the authority, as shown on the map. That's probably the only one that's freaking legible. But it is, if somebody could like ping it and roll 20, it is like the northern reach, surrounded by mountains on both sides, west of the Caradella Wastes. And that is like the core location of the like main antagonists of this campaign. However, what their whole deal is what we should talk about. So, like, what to y'all is your idea of an authority? Like, what would you want to fight back against?
Oh,
That's a good question.
A really good
You just
question.
tab your desk.
stab your desk and menace the world.
Stab your desk and menace the world.
I don't want to do anything too serious
Mhm.
as
Yeah.
far as like similarity to real life type
Yeah.
things.
Would y'all like me to rattle off the ideas that I have presently had and spitballed with my roommate?
Yeah, that sounds
Yes.
great.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it does sound great. Um, so at least my idea for this, for Semet's Blade, as far as who they are and what they are trying to do, is they are a relatively mono-religioned, crusade-like culture. They have the sincere belief that their way is the right way, and the only way for there to be salvation is for everybody to follow that way. They see what they are doing as a service, and because it is their form of justice, see that the methods they take justify the end. Quite literally, the ends justify the means. That does not necessarily mean the people who are there and the people who work there or live there are evil. But they are committed to their cause. And fundamentally are just trying to spread, basically make Semet's Blade the entirety of the continent.
I like
And
that.
up until this point has taken over the Northern Reach all the way to the Bog Marches, which is a conquered region that happened previously before the current events of the game. Has basically just been pillaged for resources repeatedly. But that, so Semet's Blade territory, like here, if I can go into roll 20 and like draw Is this? That is Semet's Blade territory currently.
Empires love to develop on river valleys.
They really do.
Yeah.
Empires will see a river valley and say, "Has anyone gone to conquer all of that?"
Yeah.
And not wait for an answer.
Yeah, I would say originally Semet's Blade was probably like this big. Before like conquest.
Okay, now we need to be very careful here.
And then they've got two little ones right at the bottom, two little protectorate states.
Pickle territory.
He turned himself into
a xenophobic expansionist empire. Funniest shit I've ever seen.
Somebody clip this, please. I want this for future posterity.
I do really like that idea, though. I think it fits really well with X's backstory.
Yeah, and I think it from what everything I've y'all have told me and what we've discussed already, it felt very in line with what I also want to do with the game in terms of the direction I want to take things. Also, how the fuck do I erase this?
It's there forever.
No!
RIP to the tone of your game, but it's here forever.
You can control Z.
I did. It wouldn't bring the map back. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Can I? No.
Sorry.
Oh, where's the erase button?
Oh no.
I'm gonna message.
I'm sorry. Oh god, I just.
You have to select the pieces manually because that's the way Roll20 does drawing. It's vector.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. No. No. Please. What?
Ah,
Oh, did I do that?
I
It's
don't
happening.
know.
Woohoo!
Okay. It's gone. My sins have been abominated.
I missed it already.
Yeah, and there.
Anyways.
You should have several layers you can work with. So put the map on the map layer and then do everything else on a different layer, please.
Yeah, I am not that experienced with running things off Roll20, so just bear with me.
Okay.
And
There's a
then
bear?
Thank you.
There could be. Anyways.
what the trap's for?
Bear trap, peanut in a pear. Hey.
Okay, so I've DM'd Jane for how do you erase drawings all caps, and she responded with the fucking clip.
Woohoo!
Anyways, so as far as from that base concept, I should get us back in track here.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think there are some specific questions here. We can go about creating the authority. Okay. While working out the exact depth and nature of the authority and what they're up to is something that your director will need some time for, so let's start by answering the questions below as a group to come up with the basics. What do the people of the authority value? I need to fucking pull out my Google Doc
Gotta take notes.
so I can start writing.
That's such an open-ended question.
Right.
It is. And it is something I would like y'all. This is a discussion. Don't feel like you have to come up with something incredible on the spot. Cool shit comes from people just I don't know throwing spaghetti at a wall.
Yeah.
Well, I think important distinction with this specific question is how much of it is a question of what do the people what does the authority value? Is that the culture of the place it's in, or is that the culture of the ruling elite that is controlling people?
I want to say in that clarification, since it is the people we will be fighting, it should be the values of the soldiers
Mhm.
and those in charge of said soldiers. The values of the common folk may not necessarily align with any government. That's just kind of like the way things are. But like
Yeah.
as far as like a broad scope, as far as the authority that you face as player characters, what do they value?
Well, we've obviously got their god
Yeah.
and obedience. Hmm.
Big
Well, yeah,
cool
and
guns. I think they like their big cool guns.
I mean, don't we all though?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you know,
We have something in common. Wow.
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 Maybe war's not
Maybe
good after all.
can love bloom on the battlefield?
Between big
In
guns.
this game, absolutely. But
Yeah,
Well,
I
yeah,
can't wait until we run
there's
into
whole
my
mechanics
wife.
built around it.
well, yeah. You've mentioned you wanted it to be something of like a crusader type state.
Yes.
So they have a very set homogenous idea like of what they view an ideal world to be. They
Mhm.
have their set way of things. So like probably they value like a certain form of like, well, obviously obedience, but that's kind of obvious because it's authority kind of.
Yeah.
But like it's not like say a historical Roman Empire sort of obedience where they need, if you're producing your crops as taxation to our armies that we are using to kill all of you, we will let you keep your little god here and then maybe even adapt it into our pantheon. This is like a hello, I'm
Yeah.
basically what Catholicism is.
Yeah, no, this is far more like the Christian Crusades,
Yeah, this is like
along with
fucking
all of the pillaging.
yeah, all of the pillaging, all of the yeah. This isn't just like so this isn't so much the religion as a means to an end from a state like level. This isn't the religion itself is being used as a method of like assisting in the control, but generally speaking, the state that is in charge is what it is there for.
Yeah, no, it is the religion that is the
Yeah.
driving force. Yeah.
Yeah. Polish Lithuanian time subject to marble statue mechs instead of infinite horror. Yeah, no winged hussars. Oh my god. Winged hussar mech though. Fuck. Anyway, but yeah, so it's sort of like Polish Lithuanian. Well, yeah, and I guess that's sort of if we're thinking about crusader states, as you mentioned there, thinking exactly of like the fucking. Well, I don't actually. I'm going to stop myself because I'm thinking of historical examples, but I explicitly think it's probably a bad idea to borrow from the aesthetics of the Teutonic Knights, considering how much that gets borrowed by other less savory things. But like, you know.
Hmm.
Crusader order, yeah.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Like, I am borrowing from history from a lot of things. Like, I mean, part of the reason I was asking my roommate for help is because she knows a lot more about that stuff because she got way into that stuff way before I did. When I was a kid, I read lizard books. So,
well, yeah, because my thought is, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh no, that was literally just me talking about lizard books. You're good.
Oh yeah, cool. I mean, I like lizard book as someone with a character with a fucking lizard tail.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
we
know,
all like lizard books here. Come on.
Yeah, come on. This is the fucking what the fuck? I'm eating you. But yeah, no, I'm thinking. Well, yeah, my immediate exam, like thought of like crusader state that is expanding and like getting like you're like getting rid of the cultures of a region and the religions of the region for this like and get like incorporating it into their specific set of beliefs is like something like the Teutonic Order or like any crusader state of Catholicism from like medieval society. Probably don't want to borrow from the exact aesthetics of the Teutonic Knights, but yeah.
Oh yeah. No, this is very much like is the method, not the style that we are borrowing. And I think that makes for an interesting and engaging antagonist, especially when it's because, like, even though they desire to be a monolith, they're not going to be. That's inherently impossible.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah.
you're going to run across people who are like perhaps truer to a faith, truer to aspects of the faith, or more like you're going to run into good people and probably have to fight them. Because that is always more interesting than something that is fundamentally evil to me.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I'm especially mentioning that,
Remember,
like,
Ral, you are always a real one.
like, mentioning, like, the idea of, like, they want it to be, like, their ideology is homogeneity. Obviously, that's not an actual thing that is feasible. And thinking of a bit of spoiler ahead for some of our character backstories, where Venus's character and my character are from the exact same city and yet are basically as culturally different as you can because we're from different classes in that city, and therefore we're raised with completely different ideals despite being from the same place and being ostensibly from the authority, like ostensibly from the thing we are fighting against, but like with completely different perspectives on it.
Okay. So, I think from that we've kind of gleaned that they value the monolith, and it's their way or the highway, basically. And by the highway, they mean armed conflict.
We can do armed conflict.
Yeah, and that is what the cause will be taking that highway most likely.
Misread the instructions, did farmed con.
No, that's the mate lands meat.
I grew so much fucking corn, and then you're all fighting mechs. What the fuck? What do we do with this corn?
That's literally the Mace Landsmeet's backstory. Basket. That's what I concluded based off the information given. They sit neutral in the war because they make a lot of food. Anyways, next question.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. We're having fun here. So next question. What do the people of authority hate or disparage? Which I think would be, I mean, I feel like we've already kind of just talked about that stuff. It's the things that are different, things that are especially things that are culturally different, values that are different from theirs. That is like the nature of a monolith, you know, like they desire homogeneity and therefore fear like or dislike differences, both when it comes to things like food, music, art, a lot of that stuff, you know, like it's I feel like in terms of like aesthetics, it is very much pushing not only their religion but cultural values onto the places they invade.
Yeah.
In order to like spread what they believe the thing to be correct. So places that are not that or are resisting that change specifically is something they would probably disparage.
And like because of the way they think about things, like a way I imagine they would often frame that, right, is like I imagine them like seeing like people do shit that they don't do is a lot more of like, oh, there's like a permissiveness over there. They're like not really adhering to like the order that we know is like correct. That they're not really adhering to the like, you know, like there's something that's like, oh, there's like a fundamental level which like these people have not been given the guidance they need to like not be led astray to like act the way they act.
Exactly. That is a very good way of putting it. Yeah, which is like I think we could probably spend some time later on talking about some of the regions that I have like magically conjured from y'all's given information and my soupy brain.
Your desire for swamp.
Soupy brain.
My desire for swamp and waste.
So horny for swamps.
No.
Swamp ass over here.
Girls love it when ground is so wet and stinky.
Brain's perfectly chaste desire for swamps.
Yeah, my perfectly chaste desire for swamps. It is a perfectly platonic interest.
Chasing swamp ass.
This is why you get bouquets of flowers, but it's just because it reminds women of the swamp. That is the innate.
No, why give me? I want a bag of scummy ass pond water.
They love it when girls love it when water is absolutely opaque and undrinkable. and
Yeah.
smells
And has
stinky.
mosquitoes.
Yeah, it has a lot of mosquitoes.
Oh my
Everybody,
god, I
musk
love
is in.
mosquitoes.
Musk and
I-
stink are in. I'm sorry. You can continue.
No, it's okay. Um,
No, you should continue. Cut her off.
okay.
Okay. Fucking people love it when women are stinky, I
Okay.
guess.
Okay, that's all right. Next question. What is hypocritical about the authority? Once again, I feel like this is very in line with what we've already been discussing, and that like a monolith is inherently like almost paradoxical because people are, despite the desires of like the religion, like people are still individuals. You can't like eliminate that. You can't just like flip a switch and turn everybody into the same face, gooey like existence. Um, I I don't know.
Wait, like your dog.
Yeah.
Like my dog. Honestly, the world would be pretty good if everyone was my dog.
But there'd be no one to pamper your dog.
Fuck.
That's true. She'd learn how to pamper herself, probably.
Hmm.
She's pretty
Well,
smart.
If watching Evangelion has taught me anything, it's that you can turn everyone into a gooey thing, but there's always going to be one fucking kid that has to be on a beach.
Gooey
So,
will be the only one that doesn't want to turn into Gooey.
and Gooey doesn't turn into Gooey, and then Gooey's just alone on a beach and
Just looking at the ocean of Tang.
is looking at the ocean of Tang, and that Tang was Albert Einstein.
Wow.
And everybody else, presumably.
There's moral of the story. There was a sewer man.
There was a Gooer man.
We love a Goer, man.
Yeah. But yeah, so hypocritical about the authority is that monoliths are inherently kind of an impossibility, and even within their own capital, there is like a surprising variety in culture just due to the inherent class differences. Like, due to how people have to survive, things are going to be different, you know? Um, what is the authority's primary goal? Why haven't they achieved it? Well, presently, they're at a deadlock at
What
the
the fuck was that?
one of the main reasons they haven't been able to achieve their goal yet, despite high military superiority. Did somebody roll something? Ah, there it is. Okay. Gwen just said bitch.
Yeah, the fucking noise scared the shit out of me. I love how it's just hovering at the bottom of the screen
All right,
on the
so
stream now.
this choke right here is the primary reason as to why the expansion hasn't far continued. This is a geographic choke point, and there exists a large weapon that had been unearthed right here. I can't draw a weapon with. Yeah, just assume this blob is a giant cannon. Which is a relic that had been unearthed by coalition forces once investigating the surrounding area once they had heard tell of the coming expansion. And like set out to basically consolidate the resources and try to find a way to protect themselves. In doing so, in this mountain range, they had found the arm of a long lost Titan class Astir, of which its main weapon cannon was still attached. And through efforts have retrofitted it and turned it into a serviceable, like, stationary cannon that is capable of protecting the pass in and of itself.
That's fun.
Yes. This cannon is a relic and terrifying, and the one time they fired it turned, I would say, this entire this entire section into just burning waste.
Still burning now.
Basically decimated the original advancing party of the Blade for their first expedition.
Spooky.
And since then, the Blades have primarily taken up residence outside of the range of the cannon, and while biding their time to find a way around it, have just built up a defensive perimeter. So, like, right around here is where the defensive perimeter would be. So there'd be like forts around this area. So in terms of like territory, this is kind of like where the front line is currently. What is that?
What's what? Oh God.
What are you people doing?
Sorry. It just
Cute.
looked like a winky eye.
Well, it did look like a winky eye and a
It was
little blush
adorable.
circle. Yeah. So that is what is currently caused the present stalemate, essentially. At least that is my that's my take. After like thinking about it for a while.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if that's
that's
cool with
fun.
y'all. Okay. What does the average person think of the authority? Do they support or oppose it?
Average person in or outside of the authority?
Either.
Well, the people inside, I would say, well, obviously depends on class. Like, people who aren't doing so great, such as Mal's whole deal, probably don't care too much for it.
Yeah.
But the people inside who are benefiting from that power are definitely going to be in big on it, whether or not they are like actively part of the military or
Mhm.
they're just like vibing, but they're having a good time because it's easy.
Yeah, like there has been a sudden influx of new resources they wouldn't have had previously, as well as like potential knowledge, technology, and manpower that they didn't have before. That comes with like conquest. Um, I think the more interesting question to ask is of these other two territories over here that we haven't discussed just yet, the Maitlands meet, whose Gwen's character is from,
Woo!
and the Thorian Concordat, who Velvet's character is from. Um, on each of y'all's like takes on these areas, what do you think the common opinion on the authority would be?
I mean, the Thorian Concordat is basically like they were just basically selling shit to everybody, right? They're like selling like Asturs and shit. To,
Yeah, like
like
war is
anybody who
good to
like
them.
yeah, right. Like
Yeah.
they like have like a significant position like as like a weapons back manufacturer, as like a provider of some other resources.
Mhm.
That, like it like right now they have two customers, and like whoever wins is going to continue being their customer, and like it's
Yeah, so long as people are fighting, business is good. So so the stalemate isn't exactly great for them at the moment.
yeah.
Hmm. And I mean, mine is like I would say in a similar situation, only instead of being like a weapons manufacturer, they're like an agricultural situation and like trade goods.
In which case, the stalemate really doesn't bother them.
No.
Now people still need to eat. Okay. That's basically lined up with what I have been thinking about. So I don't really have anything more to say on that. Um, I think that sums it up pretty well. How does the authority look? What symbols and colors do they use? What materials? This is actually something I've been thinking about a lot personally, and I've always kind of seen the authority as ornate, pristine, and or at least appearingly so, and like a mixture of like both like a Sistine Chapel kind of situation and like perhaps like Roman architecture.
That's fun.
Girls love columns.
Yeah, there's
Arches.
like columns and arches and buttresses and extremely tall buildings and like cramped streets.
Maybe some statues. Lots of marble statues.
Yeah, I would. There is probably I forget what's the name of the big statue. I think that's on the coast of Brazil.
Oh, the big old
The
old
big
Jeebus.
Yeah,
Jesus.
it's the big Jesus.
Yeah,
Cristo Rendetta.
the big
Yeah,
Jesus.
that one. There is something equivalent to that around within the capital for sure. Like just a giant statue to cement.
That's nothing. There's statues of Lenin bigger than that one.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
true. I really like the idea of the marble and the like pristine like architecture and stuff juxtaposed with the like black and like sharply colored military uniforms.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Actually, like part of what I think about is they think like I don't think the military like takes inherent joy in like violence, and I want to say that the uniform like is a little reflective of that. Like what they're doing kind of goes against kind of what they believe, but also they see as inherently necessary.
Yeah, this is our mournful duty that we take on, so that future generations will never have to consider it, right? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah, it is an
Yes,
honor to
an
do it. But
extremely
it still
bullshit
sucks.
reason.
Yeah, so it's there's like the military is it's not like so much glorified as there's a sort of like it's stoic. It's
Yeah.
like a stoic this is a necessary thing rather than these are our glorious crusaders who guarantee their place in fucking good afterlife by dying in
Yeah.
battle or anything like
Yeah,
that.
I bought fucking 30 Jesus bonds, so now I get to go to heaven.
Yeah.
That fits well with my backstory.
I bought my Jesus NFT.
That's literally what the fucking church did during the Crusaders.
Yeah. Bitches love indulgences. Hides fucking Martin Luther under a sheet.
Yeah. Oh man.
What could possibly go wrong with this new endeavor?
Yeah. But yeah, no, that kind of lines up with how I was thinking it. And also like it helps like work into the fact that there are probably genuinely good people you're fighting against that probably don't super believe or enjoy what they do, but feel like a powerful obligation to like their country and cause.
Hmm
So, and that like leads to a fun like moral conflict. But yeah, no, a very like pristine looking capital, very like bathed in the light of justice, like almost like an Anne Orlando, honestly.
Pretty.
I feel like that's pretty evocative, like the sunlight, like a sunlight kingdom sort of deal.
Giant.
It's also probably cold. It is
Yeah.
it is the most northern reach of the area, so and they aren't as suited for like agricultural growth, ergo why the Mets lens meat is so necessary. Like I'm sure they can grow food, but it's not as easy. So they are very much, and also I want to say they have good supply of quarries due to being surrounded by mountains. Which is also why stone is a primary building material there. It is what they have an abundance of,
Just like Minecraft.
just like Minecraft. They do mine diamonds. All right.
right. So something I'm like, okay, can I say like one thing about the aesthetics, right?
Oh,
So
sorry, what was
just
that?
like, can I say one more thing about the aesthetics?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Which is like I am imagining like in annexed territory, they like you know like in major cities of like places they've conquered, they're like they make sure to build some very ostentatious attention drawing structures in the like yeah like you know like whatever was the biggest most eye catching thing there beforehand, it is no longer that, you know.
Mhm.
They've got their new shit here now. And like
Mhm.
there isn't like a full like architectural overhaul of the area, right? Like you know maybe there's like a promise like yeah eventually the rest of your place will be like updated to like bathe in this like similar amount of glory, but you know there are bigger priorities right now. And it's just
Exactly.
like it is just like a terrible like it is basically just like terrible for everybody. There's like this one part of the town that's just like super fucking like ornate and like shitty.
Oh yeah, no, that is certainly something that happened to and exists within the bog marches. The problem is the foundation's already collapsed, so it's literally sinking into the earth. I don't think the architects of Semet's Blade were prepared for wetlands.
Yeah, no, definitely not from up there. Where the
So
ground is fucking frozen.
I'm just
I
like
I
imagining
love that
everything
idea.
tilted at like a fucking 30-degree angle in every direction and
Yeah,
like
like
half sinking into the earth.
this looked great 2 decades ago.
Yeah, this looked great 15 years ago when we
when they
built
had
it.
they had their initial bare minimum bread and circuses. Look how impressive we bring you civilization. Anyway, we're never gonna put money in this area again because we're gone.
Yeah, so give us all of your working adults and food.
Yeah, give us all your
They like briefly considered like having Astir like come by and try and like pull it out a little bit, but it didn't really work.
Yeah, no, the Astirs also started getting stuck.
Well,
Stuck.
yeah, I wouldn't be so like probably the only like religious buildings that are in good shape are the ones that were like existing monoliths that they then like took all of the art off of and stuff and painted over or whatever and like sort of pieced together Like, okay, now we've got our symbolism on
Yeah.
there, but like, we'll put in our own later, and then
Like
their own
fucking
are
nail
shit.
a fresco of Jesus to the wall and say worship that instead.
Yeah. We painted over your mosaics. I hope you really like. We got fucking Gary number 12 to draw Jesus like with his balls out, and this welcome to your church.
He's got his balls out, and he's bleeding a lot. Let's go.
He's bleeding a lot. These babies have abs for some reason.
And we don't know what a cat looks like.
We don't know what a cat looks like, and we refuse to learn from the likes of you because you're heathens. Ew.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, the mosaics are like that they cover up are like the fucking advanced cultural artifact is like incredibly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Now, like the Bog March is also like previously known as Myers Cradle. The Bog March is what they were renamed to just by their purpose. But we're like genuinely culturally diverse and a very interesting place to be and live, and didn't really need conflict because their environment provided what they needed, and a lot of the technology they had were built around surviving in that environment. And it was really cool, and it got fucking trampled.
So like a southern Spain post Reconquista, like
Yeah, no, actually, like the main inspiration I had was specifically Louisiana.
oh
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Obviously not in like the fucking like personally cultural parts of Louisiana, but in terms of location and how it developed, Louisiana.
Louisiana.
Which also really fits in with things sinking into the goddamn earth. That city is literally sinking at like a foot a year.
Me too, man. Me too.
Yeah.
That seems
Thanks,
more
Sam.
urgent for you than the city.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially because you're so short.
All right. Hi. How tall are you?
She's only 3 foot tall.
Oh, okay. That's real small.
Wait, who were we talking about?
You. You've
What
only
the
got 3
fuck?
years before you fully sink.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Nobody
well,
told me.
Yeah, you were 28 feet tall when you were born, but
It was very
You-
It was a
unfortunate
real
for my
Benjamin
mother.
Button situation, but with height.
Well, yeah, and it's like when I was being born, it looked normal at first. It's like, oh, there's the head. Oh, it just keeps coming.
Oh no.
yeah,
Oh,
now
no.
you've sunk 1 foot every year. You're only
Yeah, now
3
it's
feet
now it's
out of you
now it's
left.
just your neck, and you're wading through like the weird ambient subatomic territory that you exist in
Benjamin
now.
Button, if it was shit.
Okay.
Benjamin Button, if it fucking sucked ass and was bad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not 3 feet tall. I'm 5'1".
Yeah, I know.
I am 5'9". That's my height.
I'm exactly 5 feet tall.
6 feet tall.
6'2".
All right. Now we've all
We
shared
got a
our
real
heights.
we got a real spread of heights. That's cool.
Hey,
2 of
oh,
the
wait.
people in this call are
Yeah,
lying
two of the
about their
people are
heights.
lying.
Yeah,
We're
we're-
lying to you.
We're not going to say who,
Oh.
though.
This is an
Yeah.
inside joke.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
actually 5'8".
What the fuck? Can you say
What
that?
the fuck? Is
And
this
I'm
Why
allowed?
would you would
5'6".
lie?
Yeah.
Someone has to ban later right now.
I'll do it. Fuck.
Pick her from the call.
Anyway,
I just made a
Anyways.
stretch instead.
Okay. So, here's a fun one. Does the Authority have a standard or mass-produced Astir? What is it like?
I would say yes, in that because a majority of their Astir force is going to be their paradigms, the Crusaders.
Mm-hmm.
So the ones that aren't Arcanists coming from the Thorian Concordat probably all have a similar design.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. In my mind, the way Astirs kind of function, at least in this world, is that they are not easy to make. You can make them, but mass producing them isn't like exactly viable.
Mhm.
Specifically in mind of like mobile suits, right? Like a mass produced mobile suit, like if you have like a fleet of like an army of like 10,000, you might have like 50 to 100 Astirs because they are each of themselves like a pretty capable fighting force.
Yeah.
And
Like the
channelers
one
themselves aren't very common.
yeah. Like the one benefit they've got is just that it's like the power source primarily is the channelers,
Yeah.
and the channelers worship the god of the nation that is like doing the conquering. So like the
Yeah.
god obviously has some favor with these people.
Yes.
So they don't need to like mass produce like a fucking like lithium batteries or anything.
No, no,
Like
no. Like what I was thinking about in terms of like as far as the steers are concerned is that you can't have like portable power sources for like magical energy on them because the normal portable sources of magic energy are just way too fucking big.
Mm.
Like straight up like a normal like then like the smallest size of say like a magical power source that like could store energy and like drive a machine with it would be like the size of an Astir. And they are very much have to be very big in order to store enough energy to do like anything. So like if you have like a ship or like a large scale like vehicle, they will probably be powered by such a battery. Or if you have a much smaller device, it could be potentially powered by a much smaller battery, but is much more energy efficient. Astirs are in that weird spot where they're too big for like the smaller stuff, but they're too small for the really big stuff. So having a channeler capable of piloting by itself makes them a lot easier to handle and do.
Yeah.
So at least that's just like that's how I've like seen it in my head. And so far, the only people who has been functionally capable of producing channelers has been the Thorian Concordat. Otherwise, channeler is just something you were kind of innately the ability to become a channeler is something that was kind of innately you're born with.
Hmm.
Artificial channelers aren't something that really existed until the Thorian Concordat came around.
In that case, would it be like reasonable to assume that maybe like if there's more like there's also like there's obviously like the regular soldier like there are regulars that have a standardized armor, but like are the officers coming from like is it entirely like is it meritocratic and efficient, or is there like an officer class that is coming from the richer families that are getting their like
Both.
okay.
I
Yeah.
definitely think that this is a military that does value talent.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That fits well
However,
with
if you were from a rich family, you got a head start
Okay.
and a much better education.
yeah, like X got like they were
'Cause-
raised by like rich parents who were militarily involved, so it was very very easy for them to get into the military academy
Mhm,
and have all of the resources they needed to succeed.
mhm.
Mhm.
But like
But but
if
it's not
someone
like yeah. It's
Yeah.
not like
Yeah.
as explicit as say 19th century Britain, where like you wouldn't expect anyone other than a fucking like very wealthy family. Like the officer class is just you pay for your officer position and now you are
Yeah,
an
no.
officer. Welcome.
Yeah, no.
I
I
would
would
say
say go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I would say all of like, there's probably going to be a lot of people who came from rich families as higher ups in the military, but they are all like 100% capable of doing what they do.
Okay.
Yes.
There's there
Um
yeah.
incompetent people don't get to stick around for very long because
Okay.
they are very concise in their objective and don't have time for idiots.
Right. So this isn't the sort of institution where you can stumble your way into power.
No,
Yeah.
this is a very tight military hierarchy with a strict emphasis on performance for sure.
Okay.
They want to be an efficient, tight machine
Mhm.
to achieve their goal as quickly as possible.
Mhm. Mhm.
And having a monolith religion helps unify them, so that works too. Um, but actually, I was thinking about it too because I say like channelers are something you're typically born with. I'm going to say that magical capacity for like arcanists specifically is something you're probably born with. But when it comes
Mm.
to like paradigms or witches or imposters, people who took power for themselves, or were granted power by an external source, I want to say that is done for paradigms, and which is probably the most other common one, especially in Cement's Blade. It's probably done by a ritual, like a coming of age ceremony, probably.
Yeah, and if it works, it works.
But like your affinity for it is determined at birth, probably. Like if you were nobody can know this initially, but during the ceremony, if you have affinity for becoming a channeler through divine power, you'll find out then. And they're not very common. Like people who can like actually wield that power effectively is not very common. And I think it would actually be really interesting because I don't think X was a channeler before like the circumstance with the Fox God, right?
Yeah, she wasn't. She had her parents weren't really interested in her being a channeler because
Okay.
they wanted they knew it was dangerous
Mm-hmm.
and like didn't really want to be putting them out on the front lines like that.
Yeah. Yeah, okay,
But
that makes
I
sense.
made that up. That could have been like
No, that actually works really well. They paid her to avoid taking the ceremony.
that makes sense.
Because if you are if you do qualify as a channeler, you're immediately enlisted.
Yeah.
So, and there's no avoiding it. So, but being from a rich family, and normally, well, this is like a civic duty that you have to do when you were like 18. They probably just greased some palms and got your name off the list of that your census, basically.
Yeah.
Which I think makes it really interesting for that to occur far later in life with completely different god.
Yeah.
So that I like that a lot, actually. That's really cool. But as far as like what their mass-produced Astir looks like, in my mind, Astirs of a specific culture are always representative of the most abundant material in that culture. Right? So I think in Semet's Blade, you're going to see a lot of Astirs made out of stone and marble and like steel.
Mm.
And they're going to be like relatively ornate. And honestly, probably pretty uniform in appearance. Like there's probably like a standardized appearance for Astirs outside of like perhaps like, like your Char custom Zaku,
Yeah.
There's a like a high grade pilot that requires a more specialized machine.
I know I said this about the architecture, but since we're doing a similar aesthetic for the Astirs, I do really dig the black uniforms with the ornate white mechs.
Yeah, they're like the very like I want the mechs to look knightly, specifically. I can just see them wielding big stone swords and standing in a clean line together with their swords in the ground. That's a very strong image to me. As far as the coalition is concerned, we'll figure out like what their mechs look like later. But another example that comes to mind is any Astirs found from the bog marches would be made entirely out of wood. Because anything that could be used as a functional and magical conduit, you could probably make an Astir out of. How sturdy the Astir is a completely different story. But where there are channelers, there's going to inevitably be Astirs, and people have figured out ways to make Astirs for a long time and from various ways. So it is very much, I feel like, a cultural thing. You got artificers in every country. Okay. What is the authority called? That one's already done. Does the cause call it something different? And if so, what?
More like Simmons' butt.
Ayo.
Ew.
I feel like they would just call them Simmet's Blade.
Yeah. Or the Blade.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of fun because no respect for the god.
That's how I've been referring to them in all of my notes, because typing out Semet's Blade every time is kind of a pain.
Yeah.
I
like that because it just kind of is like they don't really care for the god.
No, and just calling them just an edged weapon is very much how it feels to fight against them. And truly, the coalition is going to survive the edged weapon, like the Mexican soccer tree bag.
God damn it, Gray.
Is the joke that we're getting edged?
No. There's a video called
No, we
"Surviving
wouldn't
Edged
survive
Weapons"
that.
on YouTube.
Oh, okay. I jumped straight to getting edged.
Yeah, no, we wouldn't be able. The coalition wouldn't be able to survive getting edged.
If you ever have
okay?
Okay.
okay,
Anyway, next question.
Okay. That was all the authority questions. Functionally, the
dope.
authority is comprised of 3 divisions. See the authority in the director's section. That's my job. As a group, you should come up with what the divisions are and what they do. Every division should have a name, official or otherwise, a type that determines their area of influence, a few actors who lead or hold important positions within it. I'm going to save that for later.
Yeah, that
That's
sounds
a lot of
complicated.
work to do. It's mostly just coming up with like, okay, what are like the fucking 5 cores that exist, the 5 primary cores that exist within like the Blade military.
Yeah.
Who are the like leading generals? Who are like the ace pilots? What does the rank and file look like? What are their names? And
Damn,
that,
these pilots don't have sex?
huh?
You telling me these pilots don't have sex?
Oh, ace pilots.
Oh,
I'm so funny and charismatic, and you all love it when I
Yeah.
Yes, literally.
Yeah,
Like
like-
unironically. You're saying it as a bit, but it's true.
No, you brought great energy to proceedings.
mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think we'll take some time. I will take some time on my end and probably run it by y'all later. As far as like names goes, the actors and like areas of influence, I'll probably just take care of by myself.
Yeah. I mean, I've given you a couple.
That's right, you have. I need to look at those again. I
Yeah,
read
you
all
had
that
my
backstory.
wife's name.
Yeah, that's true. That actually, I was literally thinking about implementing that, and then I have so much other stuff in my brain that like a lot of the backstory that I'd read had gotten a little pushed out. Like I
Yeah.
straight up forgot that you would name the capital.
Yeah, I named the capital. I set a naming precedent for married individuals.
Oh yeah, no, you did a lot of work for me, and I do like it was very well written. I very much enjoyed reading it, so
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. And then one of those divisions that you create is going to be the one that X used to lead.
Yeah, and that your ex-wife runs.
Yeah, probably now.
Yeah, that would be good. I like that.
So fucking cool that your character's in your mid-30s and divorced.
I mean, technically, they're not really divorced.
They never got the marriage annulled.
Even fucking better. Fucking estranged marriage.
Yeah, they just they haven't
Living
talked
on the
since.
other side of the continent.
Wait. Hang on. Sorry, I gotta get closer. I guess you could say it's an ex-stranged marriage. Because you're named X.
Yeah.
Hey, Helena,
Yeah,
thank you. That was pretty funny.
you're welcome.
Yeah.
Etches you.
Okay.
Okay, let's go over the cause.
Yay!
Does the cause have aims other than opposing the authority? Now, this is actually something that I have not done as much work on. The cause is like regrettably one of the things that I have slightly neglected.
Probably
Because I got too busy thinking about
for it.
Yeah, I got too busy thinking about fucking wastelands and swamps.
We got a regular Miyazaki right here.
Oh shit! I have to make a fungal forest now.
They want to go like hang out in the wastelands and swamps again, but they can't because the blade is in the way.
Yeah, no, I miss my swamp.
Do the blade Astirs have feet out?
Uh
Miyazaki joke. Sorry. You
Come
don't
on,
have to answer
Miyazaki.
that.
oh wait, that's a different Miyazaki. God.
Oh yeah, we were talking about Dark Souls.
Okay.
Feet.
Your
always
Astir
forget-
has their feet out.
Yeah,
No.
they can if you want it.
No, I
Look,
don't
if
want that.
anybody's Astirs want them like big stanky toes out, and you that's fine, I guess. Okay. So, does the cause have any aims other than opposing the authority? So, I'm gonna go ahead before we answer that question and just kind of rattle off like what the cause looks like to me in my head, and that it is a coalition army of several smaller, I want to say like states, but basically loose groups of territory that each have like unique cultures. So I don't know what those factions are yet. I don't know what those cultures are. That's something I feel like we should talk about, and that would be fun to talk about. But say it's like probably like divided up like this. So like this territory right here might be coastal. This territory is based on a river. They probably have access to like food production. This territory is closer to the mountains. They probably have access to minerals, and so on and so forth. So I think in terms of like supply, the coalition has a little bit of everything. But where those things come from is going to be very much like almost always a negotiation. Like this is not a truly like glued together region. This is very much a bunch of people holding their hands together and trying not to die,
Yeah, because if any of them fall, they all fall.
basically. Because none of them are large enough to stand on their own. And as such, the military force that you'll be working for is pretty quickly put together and relatively like ill-defined in its structure. And basically they're just doing their fucking best. Like right now, that the only thing that is buying them time is the giant fucking cannon in the mountain range, and the moment that becomes a non-issue, they basically have to be ready for like the fucking steamrollers to come in
Yeah.
to flatten them. So from that, does the cause have aims other than opposing the authority? So as like a coalition force, what would their other aims might be?
I would say that that's like considering the backstory you just laid out for them. I would say that's probably it.
Yeah, right.
Like they all each individually have their like we are running a small territory type things, and the stuff that comes with that. But I would say as a coalition,
Yeah.
it's probably mainly just the fight back and then maybe eventually taking back some of the areas that have been lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there will probably. Oh, go ahead.
Like I was saying, like I imagine there's probably like a hesitation to like band together on like too much beyond that, because like I think a lot of these places like still see themselves as like different with like different like goals and different like
Yes.
like the beliefs and stuff. So like they like there is like a peril of like we don't want to like throw ourselves like too behind one thing and like give any like one group that like play too much a role, like too much power over us, like if this all like works out for us, right?
Yeah, I hate to make a Final Fantasy 14 reference for like Gwen's health, but I really think of like the grand companies,
Yeah, that makes
like
sense.
in terms of like a coalition force.
That only means
that's
something to 3 of us. So
Oh, that is true. Well, basically, each area probably has like a military contribution, and then the coalition army is basically all of those contributions combined. But they still are very much culturally and combat wise from their own territories, each bringing in like a specialized set of skills.
Yeah, like I bet some of these places have gone to war with each other in the past.
Oh, absolutely. There's definitely grudges.
and probably will again.
Yes. Like they are only together in the realm of mutual survival because if one of them goes down, they all do, and they really don't want to die. So, but the moment the threat abides, or it may even feel like the threat abides, it is very likely that the truce and combined efforts could begin to fall apart. So
Yeah, I wouldn't be yeah, it's like it's like a situation where I wouldn't be surprised if there is anyone in this coalition that has ambitions beyond survival, it does not necessarily align with the coalition itself. Like
no.
it's like there might be ambitious individuals like that are like, yeah, I have my ideology of destroying this, and then in the end, we get this piece, our little place, we get this piece of the sword, or like
Yeah, no, there's probably some like enterprising individuals that want to do a little colonialism themselves.
You can get away with colonialism if the other people started it.
Only fair. So I think that kind of sums up pretty well with how like the coalition is currently opposing the blade. How much a secret is the cause? Not next.
Yeah.
It's extremely obvious.
Okay, I have a
coalition?
question. I have a question
Yeah.
slash something I want to discuss.
Oh, go ahead.
So like we've got these like disparate nations that are banded together to fight against Smith's Blade. None of the protagonists are from that area.
No.
My like character sort of is, but sort of isn't.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, actually, none. I don't, and then I think that's fine. I think that actually makes things a little more interesting because you'll be learning about these areas from an outsider's perspective, which is
Yeah.
really fun.
It mostly just makes me wonder like how we fit into that like military structure.
Oh, I
In
actually have
that
been
like
thinking about this.
yeah, because none of us, if it's like a bunch of armies that are working together, none of us fit into any of them. We're just like a separate thing.
Yeah, no, you would be the way I thought about how y'all would work in the structure of the military is because each of you are steer pilots, and those are incredibly valuable. However, y'all are also a bunch of effectively bunch of ragtag mercenaries from all over the fuck, and 3 of you are pretty rowdy bitches. Um,
Hey,
Wait, which three?
uh, the ones that aren't X and don't have military experience and don't have
Wait, hold
proper
on.
military training.
Is Kane a military bitch or a rowdy bitch?
That's true. Kane is going to try extremely hard to be normal.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was wondering. I was like,
Yeah, but
well, it's
Kane is
obviously not
probably a
Kane.
little weird.
Well, yeah.
And people don't know what to do with him yet. So, and he's a little scary. I want to say Kane probably comes off as like an uncanny individual, despite his
Probably,
best
yeah.
efforts. But we'll get into more on that later. But the idea is that you would effectively have like a white base, right? You are an independent functioning force that is assigned special missions that would normally take too much military time and resources to go settle in a more functional manner, but just send over 4 Astirs and they'll probably figure it out.
Yeah, right.
We
Like
got our hands full.
if we send like a different force off to like go and like commit to this and it goes badly, there will be hard feelings. But like
Yeah,
nobody
no,
is
but if
that
y'all
attached to these 4 guys.
yeah, no, like we put somebody with like genuine like military experience in charge of them. We gave them enough supplies to function. It'll be fine.
Well, yeah,
Um,
especially when you've got like different parts of the like especially when they're disparate nations, is like, well, we could send people that we trained ourselves, but if it goes poorly, like we just weakened ourselves for if we survive this war, well, now we're in a weaker position for whatever
yeah,
happens next. Whereas we have disposable mercenaries here.
yeah,
Like,
who want to join the force, but this way we can force them to prove themselves without any real loss to ourselves. It's just a win-win, basically.
yeah, because it's like a excuse and narrative that we are getting dangerous missions that are exciting in an episodic way,
Yeah,
and B, like, fuck, cannon fodder.
yeah, literally.
Like, we they're not sending their best here. They are these are the like, it makes sense that we're going on these dangerous missions because we're the rowdy bitches that are there as a matter of convenience to them.
yeah, right. And like
Yeah,
each one of these factions wants to be the one that comes out like the most unhurt after the war is over, right?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there are going to be things that they need you to do that they can't commit forces to, such as like negotiate treaties in areas, quell uprisings, liberate areas that might like that have like an integral resource available. Like, there's just a lot of things y'all could do, which is also why I like the setting of it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is like, I mean, it very much is just the case of like, y'all are basically the white base. You have a fancy ship that might be a prototype, and y'all are effectively guinea pigs, military guinea pigs. Um, God, I'm really glad I've been watching Gundam recently.
Woo!
Good ass show.
That's good.
Oh, is that a Gundam reference you've been making?
Yeah, White Base. It's the name of the big ship in the first Gundam series.
G Gundam
It's-
is the only Gundam I've ever watched.
That's the funniest one to have only ever watched, honestly. G Gundam is so comedically racist in a lot of ways, with fucking Neo Space Mexico and Tequila Gundam. It was like G Fighter Gundam specifically, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Mobile Fighter G Gundam is I believe that's the only G Gundam there
It's
is.
the only G Gundam I know, and it's the
Yeah.
one with like the fucking American Gundam where the guy is like wearing boxing shorts and like the American flag on a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
Oh man,
is that not how you guys dress?
I love to eat hot dogs and
Yeah.
look
Oh,
at bikinied babes.
yeah. Not you, Lena. You're Canadian.
I'm
Oh, what does the Canadian Gundam look like? I think it's just a lumberjack.
Yeah, it's a
Pro-
lumberjack who has like trauma.
Yeah.
Hey, this lumber.
Don't
Yeah,
we all?
this lumberjack has fucking trauma from like their parents died in a log rolling accident.
His wife died from eating too much syrup.
His wife died of a heart attack because all the fucking sugar in the syrup. It drank so much syrup that blood became consistency of syrup.
The equivalent of drinking snake venom.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah.
So how much does your cause? Where do the causes resources come from? Well, I mean, honestly, from a lot of the same places Semet's Blades resources come from.
Yeah.
Local territories, and then a lot of food probably comes from the Maitland's meat, and some military like resources comes from the Thorian Concordat. Because you gotta sell to both sides, baby. That's capitalism. You give both sides the weapons.
I'm playing both sides, so we always come out on top.
Yeah, and then one of them turns and looks at you and gets really mad, and then you start sweating.
You can only be the Venetian Republic so long.
Yeah.
I am sure the Thorian Concordat is very convinced that they have plans.
Oh yeah, they
That
absolutely.
happens.
I have
And
a
like,
lot
like
of
maybe
like,
they even have good plans. Like, who knows? Like,
I actually have a lot of thoughts about the Thorian Concordat that I'll probably have to talk to you in DMs only because they might be plot relevant.
hell yes.
Because the Thorian Concordat as like an idea is something that I really enjoy like chewing on, and like how it came to be, and like how it works and why they are the way they are. The Maitland's meat is very much just like, oh, it's just a bunch of fucking landowners that are rich now
Yeah, we
and
suck.
settle everything through duels.
Hey, the Thorian Concordat sucks too.
Yeah,
No,
no,
like,
the
nobody
Thorian
hogs
Concordat
sucking.
sucks too. It just in like a way more like ethically dubious way.
Well, if you want to talk about homelands that suck,
Yeah,
Yeah, fair.
yeah, fair. All of y'all from like this weird northern section of shit that sucks. Like this is the fucking the shit that sucks pickle.
I mean, were you? I mean, were you expecting any of us to be like, oh yeah, my backstory is I grew up in a nice place and had a really good upbringing and no traumas.
Primarily, I love my country and I love fighting and dying for it.
I love my country. We have great social security.
I mean, that was X's backstory for 28 years of their 32-year-old life.
It's like if you're yeah, I want my backstory to be like X's, but if the country wasn't bad. I had a rich upbringing, but it was fine because like it's a really nice place and the climate is wonderful and there is a vibrant cuisine. Anyway, I got bored and now I'm piloting a mech. This is my backstory. Welcome.
Yeah,
like, no, we're gonna go. I want to come from bumfuck shit ass, and I want to be suffer and I cry every day in my sleep.
Yeah, no, it would be. I'm gonna post a small clip from a show in like the group chat, and like it would be really funny if one of y'all just had this backstory.
Let me see.
You can go ahead and drop that in the Twitch chat too.
Okay.
I love this clip.
I love
Yeah.
my dad.
I was like, I'm not fucking love my dad. That dude's awesome.
I've actually played a TTRPG with a character with that backstory, with
Okay.
with the specific twist of like their whole bit is they're really embarrassed about how little backstory they have. So every time anything comes up, they make up a backstory, but it has to be a different lie every time, and to see how elaborate the lie gets before anyone notices. They were just fucking like every single interaction was just fucking lying out their teeth. I failed the first fucking persuasion roll, so everybody knew I was lying the whole time.
Did you keep flying?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I kept flying more and more and more.
That's so
and it
funny.
got more and more elaborate. Like, oh yeah, I'm a war veteran. And then trying to hide the fact is like, yeah, my dad was like a fucking camp counselor, and my mom worked for fucking
NASA.
Local library.
NASA, the local library. My mom was a librarian, and I had a stay-at-home dad who really liked getting involved in community service,
And he loved grilling.
and and he loved grilling, and then
My dad owned a Kiss the Cook apron. He starts sobbing openly.
Actually, you know what? Now that I'm thinking of it, that line alone is enough of a it's a cool backstory that you can really work with for a TTRPG. Well, you see, my character, his dad owned a Kiss the Cookie.
God.
Do with that what you will.
I mean,
yeah,
it gives you a lot. That gives you a lot.
yeah.
It paints a picture of their childhood.
It paints a picture of their childhood. So yeah, it's like that's their backstory. Somehow the most like fucked up of all the characters.
Also, I need to use the restroom.
Okay.
Have a good
Okay,
piss.
it's probably a good time
boy.
for
Have
an
a good
intermission,
little
so let's...
Yeah, I think this is a good time for
piss
an intermission.
little-
I should go
little
get...
kind of piss in your bowl like pee pee boy.
I'm gonna be
Okay.
quiet so everybody gets to hear you say that.
Little pee pee boy.
Alright, so we're gonna take 5.
That's a good idea.
What? So you can all piss?
Yeah.
I was gonna go get some water. I need to refill that kind of tank before I can do anything. I think the theory
Hey, we're
crafting will be
back.
something the
Hello.
fans will enjoy. Welcome back. Hi.
Hi.
We're back to being live.
Yeah,
Yes.
we are.
Yeah.
We were talking about titties.
Yeah, you missed this whole titty discussion.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
missed
know.
you missed the titty talk.
Oh
Yeah,
my
we said all of our
God.
characters 3 sizes, and now nobody who was watching the stream will know.
Oh
Mm-hmm.
my God.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody's gonna know our cup sizes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like despondent.
That's okay, guys. We'll DM you after the stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'll DM you right now. Actually,
Wait, can you DM me too? I need to know.
I'll put it in the group chat.
Okay. We are back. We are hydrated, or in some cases, dehydrated.
Well, I hope we're not dehydrated. Hopefully they're just pissed. Hopefully it doesn't
I
take you
mean,
straight to
they went
dehydration.
through the act of losing hydration. I don't know what else to call it.
I mean, I don't think that piss once it's piss, it's not like hydrating you. It's not like doing much for your hydration.
Uh-huh. I guess that's true.
Yeah, sorry, we have to like drag you through the streets and beat you right now.
for my horrible stances.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I
My,
put your-
my extremely controversial opinions.
I put your peanut in a bear trap, okay?
No. I dodge.
No.
I
Guys,
like
this is-
somersault out of the way.
Great,
Undodge.
this is bad improv. You gotta say yes and.
Oh god. Oh fuck. I still remember the one time I had to go to like a college improv meeting because I had a match on Tinder, and I'm like, they was like, hey, you should join me at improv, and it was probably the worst night of my life.
Oh my god.
That sounds terrible.
It was fucking awful. They weren't even that interesting. They weren't even that fun to talk to because they're like, hey, yo, have you read The Killing Joke? And I'm like, no. Yeah, the movie
Like-
was really good.
Like the Batman.
Yeah.
It was alright.
Yeah. Like, yeah. College was weird for me. Anyways, let's go back to the tabletop RPG.
Yes, please, God.
All right, where do the causes resources come from? We did that one. What do people within the cause disagree over? A lot.
What don't we disagree over?
Yeah, no. I imagine that there is a lot of disagreement as far as probably with regards to like command and like how they should be tackling this military conflict. I like to imagine that like the people in charge is probably a council consisting of at least 2 like major leaders from each territory of each of the large territories, and that kind of forms like the war council that is, you know, taking full command of the operation. So a lot of the disagreements are concerned over like where supplies go, where manpower should be put, what they should be directing their resources towards. Like, because this is a relatively new endeavor, made from desperation from people who don't necessarily like each other, it comes with a lot of internal strife. So, yeah, I think it's a messy operation, and they're doing their best. Thoughts? Do you all have anything to add or
Fucking
anything?
call us that? What the fuck?
You're allowed to call me a thought.
Okay,
Yeah, you're allowed to call me a thought too.
and everybody
honestly.
else. Any opinions?
I
Any
think all that makes
additions?
sense.
Okay.
I don't have any strong opinions on the cause. I put all of my strong opinions into Semet's Blade.
That's fine with me. I mean, none of y'all are from there, so that's
I'm like,
understandable. Okay. I'll move on to the next question then. What does the average citizen think of the cause? Do they support or oppose it? I'm going to say probably support if you live within the territories.
Yeah.
And if you're like obviously in the Blade, possibly support it if you're in more of the oppressed areas, but otherwise is probably against it. Like, why are they resisting? We're doing a good thing.
Yeah, the upper class definitely is very strongly against them. And part of X's backstory is that their lieutenant, like Their like first in command was executed
Mhm.
for assisting the cause. So that shows how strongly they are the upper class are against them.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah, there are definitely would be like informants and spies within Metablade who disagree with the violence that would definitely like sell information to the cause or, you know, give the cause support and intel. So yeah. I think that sounds about right. How does the cause look? What symbols and colors do they use? What materials? I think this is the question I want to discuss the most heavily because I'm still not 100% sure what the cause looks like. I want to say, from my gut reaction, it's colorful. There is a wide swath of colors from the various like traditional clothings and military uniforms from the various areas.
Hmm.
It is uh it is a smorgasbord. It is a mosaic.
Yeah,
You know,
and I would say
it
the
is.
same for like the Astir materials.
Mhm. It is very much a force brimming with individuality and like independent expression and freedom. There is while there is a military hierarchical structure, like it is very clear that it is a organization of like very very different people. Like there is no homogeny.
Mm.
I think the only like sign of like rank and file would probably just be like an armband or like a like sash or something, just to have like a clear and clean way to like determine designation and role. But
Hmm.
beyond that, like there's no like uniform. Like you wear what you have what armor you have what weapons you have. We don't really have like the time or money to set up like an organized effort to like uniform people and arm people.
Would would there be cohesion within each region's like armed forces?
I think so to a certain extent.
Hmm.
I think though, like a lot of these people are like fighting up to protect their homes, so you're gonna run into like not trained military professionals along with the
Mm.
group. So you'll have like the actual trained people who are like experienced with fighting, and they'll probably have a very consistent look. They may not be wearing the same things, but they probably have like a standardized like set of armor and weapons that they use. But then you'll have people that like have like this is the old armor Grandpappy used to use, and here's like a rusty sword that I found,
Yeah, and
and
I,
I'm
I, I
out here fighting for
imagine
my home.
I imagine there is a lot of like piecemeal, like painted, like repainted, like captured blade arms and armor.
Oh, that
Mm.
too, probably.
Well, yeah.
Um,
Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead.
Well, yeah, and it's like I feel like it wouldn't be like just boring on history and these are smaller nations that would intermittently fight amongst themselves, but haven't like none of them have been empires. These are like smaller independent nations, which means they might not have developed like a standard like standing military before this
Mhm.
conflict. Like it was probably like it's war season, there is war going on, you get everyone who has levies that they can like raise to raise them, but it's not like a permanent disciplined standing force. So like there are like this as a unified effort, and this sort of like having a resistance, like so it might vary from place to place because maybe some of them do have like this is the like maybe one place is like more militaristic, has a more militaristic history, like oh yeah this is like this is the armor. Like we have small groups of like oh yeah they have unified colors, but like they're fighting alongside like a bunch of people that are wearing their fucking like farm
Yeah.
clothes
Yeah, like
or
their
whatever,
overalls and like
their overalls
white
and like
singlets
yeah
and
like
like got a fucking like magical pitchforks that shoots beams.
yeah
Hold on.
yeah like yeah like especially like these are probably if they're less efficient, like like if the militaries were less efficient going in, it's fully possible you might have like it might be people were expected to buy their own armor and stuff like before, so like
Yeah.
you come with what you have, um and like hope that you get the one where you're not gonna get a bullet through you.
Yeah. A magical bullet.
A magical bullet that is full of magic. Oh well, that's fine. You just get magic peasant clothes.
And lead.
Oh, that's gonna give me lead poisoning. I'm gonna get fucking Caligula.
Yeah, X has a revolver that's just like a completely normal revolver. It just shoots bullets.
The Semet's blade loves using lead as a paint stabilizer. That's not true. That would be fuck.
What's their plumbing situation? I want to know the longevity of their fucking.
We'll figure that one out later. I think that can be like the after show.
X's tomatoes.
We talk about we go into depth on Kosen's plumbing and like aquifers.
After stuff. Well, they do use lead pipes, but sometimes it's safe to drink because you get the layer of calcified minerals that get around that protect you from getting lead poisoning.
Nah, it's just straight pure copper. Everybody's getting their daily fix of copper ions.
Mm.
Woo!
Yummy.
Like untreated copper.
Yeah, that's the best kind.
This area really likes using green stuff, and they recently found this glow in the dark material and started building all their fucking it's called radon. It's the new big thing to build pipes out of. Everybody loves radon.
Oh, I love pipes.
Yeah, I love pipes and I love radon, and you get both. Drink up, bitch.
Yummy.
Drink up, Scotty boy.
Towards the end of the conflict, desperate, they find this silvery gray metal that they shape into a sphere of two halves with a center core. Collapsing it together and obliterating everything in sight. Oh no, Semet's blade made the demon core. Oops.
Women love radiation and women love swamps.
Yeah. If you're wondering what to get your girl for her birthday, we hope
Just a really
help
wet
a
piece
lot.
of uranium.
Yeah, either get some fucking give her some processed plutonium, sculpted into a pot that you made in pottery class, or buy her attractive land in a particularly humid area.
I mean, you can make an event out of it. You can have like an Easter egg hunt for like radioactive material in the swamp.
You could make a little sculpture out of lithium.
Ah, I know that would win my heart.
Yeah. Just like don't drip water on it and put it in oil, please.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. I think that kind of sums up with what I wanted to talk about with regards to how they look. And that feels very like correct to me.
Mhm.
It feels good. Does the cause have a standard or mass-produced Astir? No.
No.
Period.
No.
It is literally what they had from the various territories and cultures. They definitely have Astirs, because I think Astirs are commonplace enough that at least each territory would have some of them, have their own manufacturing methods, because I think Astirs are useful beyond just military endeavors. Having a big fucking construct is useful for a lot of things. Like construction or like farming or land clearing. There's probably farming Astirs.
I love
anything that would be like useful to have a big man stomping around.
Yeah, literally.
Making wine.
Yeah, no, I can imagine a steer that has like has like effectively a giant plow for an arm. And I don't know, like a hose shape for the other arm to like deposit like seeds and shit. Like I think that would be cool as hell. Who posted in the Roll20 chat?
Yeah.
Fucking squid.
All right, cool. What is the cause called? The coalition. Does the authority call it something different? That's actually a great question. I feel like heretics is a little too on the nose. I don't think they're like one sibling of like heretics or like unbelievers. I think they're very much like To them, they're doing something like sympathetic and kind. They're not like out here like punished, like doing this as a form of like quote unquote punishment.
Hmm. Yeah, I was
So
thinking of like when I was thinking of my backstory, I was just thinking like I was thinking of them as rebels, and
that would
also
be
in like a way where it's like, um, Semet's Blade doesn't consider them like a doesn't consider them like, or at least doesn't talk about them, at least in their maybe propaganda and like when people talk about them, doesn't consider them like an organization.
yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense to me. It is like despite them being like a functional, like self-identifying state, like everything is to be under Semet's blade, and anything that isn't present and then anything resisting that is just a rebellion.
Yeah.
Dissidents.
Yeah, that works. Or like a civilian uprising, right? Like very much they have the mindset of that. Even probably to the point where propaganda has rewritten history a little bit, that they were originally a mono state, and it is simply like almost a return to form that
Mm,
that this conquest is for. This was probably not true, obviously. Like these people and
yeah.
cultures have been around for hundreds of years, but people could be pretty quick to forget history when they're being like inundated with like propaganda for 40 straight years.
Yeah, they'd probably like if there's a reporting, if there is any reporting within their propaganda, like it would probably just be like um solving unrest in the southern regions or something like that. Like it would just
Yeah,
a lot of fluff to be like, oh, this is just we're just bringing things to business as usual. There's
They're
no
just being a little bit rowdy down there. Don't worry about it.
yeah, no,
um
that sounds very like correct to me. I think that is very in line with how they see themselves and how they would see this conflict. So that feels good.
there,
Yay! I'm getting a
there,
good grade in world building.
I mean, you
there's
all are. This has been a really good time. Like every time y'all bring something up, I'm like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like nodding.
You're nodding.
You're nodding?
Yes.
Yo.
God damn it. Oh fuck.
I love everything you bring up and then immediately brings up nodding.
I would like that's part of the world building. That's part of the world we're building now.
Oh.
You know.
No, I don't think there's gonna be ABO shit in this game. Sorry.
What?
I'm sorry.
Fucking rewrite all my shit.
It's fucking same. I've got like a fox familiar.
I think I have a cloaca.
Gorge.
Just like Melia.
Yeah. I would like to think that I have cloaca. This is not lore important.
Okay.
Unless
Oh.
unless there's like we have a session it's like, wait, we need you to pilot the mech with your penis and or vagina. It's like,
Oh no, Mel can't do it.
I can't do it. I've got a fucking lizard bit.
It's fucking wind chimes down there.
The enemies have set up scanners that detect all penises or vaginas. We can't get anybody through there.
All right, next question.
Oh man, it's just like Darling in the Franks.
This
never
is
watched
significantly
that
more
show,
daring than
but-
Darling in the Franks. Let me tell you.
I never watched that show, but like Max being piloted by sex is pretty much the only thing I know about it, basically.
We have to save the world by breeding.
Shinzo Abe.
God rest his soul.
Man,
freaky bastard.
that dude really did die by getting his back blown out.
Christ.
I'm gonna assume nobody in this chat cares or likes Shinzo Abe.
I would
If
hope
anybody
not.
in
You
the
should
chat
be
cares
watching
or
the
likes
stream.
Shinzo Abe, I'm going to ban them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on, Venus. Let me mod you real quick so you could.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay. The vibes have been immaculate tonight. All right. Creating characters. Y'all have already done that. So I think now would actually be a really good time for y'all to go over your characters.
Yeah.
Who would like to start? Who wants to share with the class first?
I'll start since
I was about to say
no one
that's the
said
most
anything in
dead
4
air we've
seconds.
ever had.
Yeah. No one wanted to be the first. Okay, so I'm not going to read my 10-paragraph backstory to the chat because that's too much. That's much too much.
I liked it.
I'm glad you liked
Okay.
it. I just don't want to. I don't want to read 10 paragraphs out loud.
Oh yeah,
Because
no.
a paragraph in, and I'll start stuttering over everything I'm saying, and then I'll get embarrassed, and then, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Anyway, my character's current name is X. They don't really much care for. No, that's not a good spot to start. My character was born with the name Raven Steel. They were the child of prominent military figures in the authority. They were raised rich. They had a great upbringing. They went to military school. They graduated top of their class and went on to become a leader in one of the divisions of Semet's Blade. They had no interest in being an Astir pilot because they knew their skills were in leading and commanding people. But eventually, after returning from a mission, they found their lieutenant had been executed for assisting the coalition while they were gone, and they were like, "Man, I've for a while kind of thought that maybe some of the things that we're doing are a little fucked up, but like I liked that guy. We were friends." So he goes home and is like, "I'm gonna talk to my wife," and her wife is like, yo, what? You think that maybe we're doing bad things? That's fucked up. You're fucked up. You should go to like therapy or something. So they run away and they're like traveling the countryside after having abandoned their childhood home, and they stop a bandit raid in a village that they're staying at, and save the like priest of that village at the expense of their own life. But they don't die because the fox spirit that guards that village wakes up from their act of selflessness and grants them the powers of a paradigm. Uh, and once that happens, they go and are like, okay, well, I'm like renewed in my feelings of not wanting to like let injustices happen. And now that I have a power, I'm going to join the coalition and help to bring down Semet's Blade. And when they left Semet's Blade, they abandoned their gender and name and stopped going by the name Raven. So it's not really like a dead name, and anyone they run into from Semet's Blade is going to call them by their old name because it's like, oh, you were the prominent military commander, Raven Steel, and they're just gonna be like, yeah, whatever. They're not gonna be like, no, my name's X now.
Yeah, and then you make like a big X with your arms and then like murk them.
God.
But the axe
They
to your arm
also,
is like how you charge your beam attack. That kills
God.
everything.
Yeah. They also, as you can see a little bit from Gray's PNG tuber and mine, when they decided to join the coalition, they were like, okay, well, I was a prominent Metz Blade commander. It would probably not be good for me to hide my backstory from people because it might come back to bite me in the ass, and I don't see any benefit to me in hiding it. So I'm just gonna remake my old uniform. I'm gonna sew it up and I'm gonna make it like white and gold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Fair, honestly,
Yeah.
power move.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and just like ask you a few questions about like what the paradigm is, just so it can kind of give like a clearer picture to like how that playbook works to everybody.
Yeah, that's a great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, I think an important question you haven't answered is every single playbook has a little zone that says when you launch your Astir, you say.
I have not thought of that one yet.
That's
That
okay.
is the only thing. Like I filled out my entire playbook. That is the one part that's still blank.
I figured that's the one thing that's like, oh man, that was the one part that would make me incredibly self-conscious.
Hmm.
So I did bring that one up, just a little bit as a joke. But I guess a quick question is, when fighting on foot, your approach is define or profane?
It is divine.
Okay, cool. And also just for the audience at home, I'll go ahead and quickly explain like what a paradigm is in the context of Armor Astir. So I'll just read the blurb for y'all. Paradigms channel their divine power from a deity and must adhere to its tenets in order to maintain that power. These tenets, as well as what holding them looks like, might vary between members of a faith, as well as just between different faiths. Paradigms have something to uphold outside of the cause's goals, and naturally being a religious element to the game, bring a religious element to the game that might not be present otherwise. Of course, that doesn't mean that there doesn't need to be paradigms in a world for faith to be important. Um, while playing a paradigm, you have a lot of moves that let you aid and protect other players. That's just more mechanical stuff that will just matter later. Do you want to go through and just answer, just explain the answers to the questions you answered as part of the playbook sheet?
Yeah.
I think that's a
Um,
good primer for everybody.
yeah. Where is that? Where is that? Where is that? Yeah. I'll start by saying one thing. Like we talked about Semet's Blade earlier and how they have like these crusaders. So a primary part of their force is paradigms that worship their god. And X is the same thing, but with a different god. And then
Mhm.
most likely the coalition probably has their own gods with
Mhm.
paradigms that are worshiping their guys.
Yeah,
Uh,
absolutely.
so
There does not need like, and gods don't even necessarily need to be like
gods.
actual figures, even.
Yeah,
Because like there is power within faith itself sometimes.
yeah. Most of that was just stuff I was mostly saying
Oh,
for chat. But
oh
yeah,
no, 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 yeah. I'm just, I don't know. I like thinking about that stuff and like world
yeah.
building. That's all. Go ahead.
So one of the questions it says, is your deity really divine in the supernatural sense or just a godlike figure? So the area, where is it was the Cardella Wastes, right?
Paradella Wastes, yes.
Yeah. So the area that X was like traveling through was up in the Caradella Wastes, which is not part of Semet's Blade. And they were in a small village that just had like a shrine and a shrine keeper, and they had like a fox spirit was like their deity. So not like a god, but like a little guy.
Hmm.
Uh, and that is where'd my DM go? That is the deity that gives X their power, and so it's a little fox spirit, and the fox also follows them around all the time. So ever since awakening it, they have a little fox that only they can see following them.
Okay.
It's just like me
Um.
with you.
Yeah, literally.
Mhm. I went ahead and marked on the map where I'm guessing that village probably would be, because beyond that, beyond like the very like tippity edge of like the waste that's closest to like civilization, it's, as far as you know, uninhabitable.
Yeah,
It's literally a blasted, bleached wasteland, full of dunes and nothing.
yeah. So
May as
like
well be a
traveling
salt
just on like
flat.
the other side of the mountains sounds like
Yeah,
reasonable.
yeah, like so they're probably like, isolated villages that are just like very small and like, escaping from Semet's Blade and going into the waste is like actually I feel like a pretty common thing for people who are like deserting or running away, because nobody goes to the wastes, period.
Yeah,
It's like anybody who's tried to cross the wastes has never come back. So,
yeah,
um which is why like this is why the map is the way it is and ends where it ends.
yeah.
This
I
is
think that
like
makes
the
sense.
geographically documented area that you are currently aware of. Um so yeah. Go ahead and keep going. Sorry for getting
No,
sidetracked.
that was good. That was lore.
Hmm.
The other ones I have answered are mostly things we've discussed already, like how faith works with the Semet's blade versus how it works with the coalition and
Yes.
surrounding areas. But the other main one is, what is my deity like? What do they demand? What do they request? The primary relationship that X has with the spirit is mainly that the spirit expects kind of what X expects from themselves, which is a protection of the weak uh, type deal. Like X needs to be selfless. X needs to take care of people who need to be taken care of. X can't be like a selfish person, or they will lose the powers that they have.
Mhm.
Also, the fox likes to eat apples.
Hey, occasional tribute doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
Like,
And spice and wolf ass.
yeah, no, like, hey, fucking that rabbit looks kind of tasty.
Don't post cringe, you will lose subscriber.
Yeah. You will lose the only subscriber that matters. God.
Yeah. So I also I worked that into I know we're not going over steers right now, but
Mhm. We
one of
will once we get past all the playbooks. I think that's
Yeah.
I think that's something I do want to talk about is what your steers are within the context of like the game's provided like frameworks.
Yeah.
Obviously they can look like whatever, but they should probably have like something mechanically concrete that I can work
Yeah.
with. So
The main thing I wanted to bring up about my Astir is one of the things that they have is every Astir has a move that is unique to the Astir. And the book recommends either you come up with something fun with your DM, or you pick through any of the like cantrips that the game has, or you pick something from your own class's playbook. So I specifically went with Safeguard, which lets me take damage for either people I am helping or people who are helping me, because it goes along really well with what my deity expects from me.
okay. Yeah, I dig that. Excuse me. Yeah, no, that is really good, and I am perfectly gung ho for that. I'm game. Also, I'm starting to get a little croaky, so let me drink my water.
You gotta drink your water. You gotta sip.
Get wet, harlot.
Get wet, harlot.
Get wet, harlot. Ruby, you gotta say it too.
Yeah, what harlot?
Okay, now it will work.
Yeah, no, I'm not like the moment you said that, I just got soaked. It's like a bucket of water rained down from the ceiling,
God.
like a curse.
Congratulations.
No, I'm cold.
Oh.
I had 2 fans on near me. I'm getting very cold very fast.
Drops an ice cube down your shirt.
Don't. My parents literally used to do that to me.
Oh.
No, that's fucked up.
Yeah, literally. One of the many ways my parents would wake me up in middle school when I was taking a nap because they didn't want me to be asleep.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
That's fucked up. Anyway, puts 2 more ice cubes down your shirt.
But if you increase the amount, it becomes funny again and not sad.
Yeah.
it does become funny. I mean, like, honestly, I think in hindsight it's kind of funny because, like, why?
Yeah,
You could just
literally.
wake me up like a normal human. Like that, like honestly, confusion was like the predominating emotion I felt whenever that happened. Anyways, yeah, no, that yeah, I dig this. This is good. I like this a lot. Um, does anybody want to go next? And if nobody has any, and if nobody feels like that, I will just pick somebody.
I feel so I had originally been like, I'll go first because no one else is saying anything, and I don't want to put anyone on the spot. But now I
Uh-huh.
feel a little bad about the fact that I went first because I was the person who wrote fucking 10 paragraphs.
I think it's fine that you went first. It gives everybody else a little more time to like get their bearings. You know,
Yeah.
like collect themselves. And you did have a lot prepared, and I will forever be grateful because I wouldn't have a clear image of the authority without it. So, um,
Yay!
so does anybody want to go next? All right, I'm gonna roll a d3.
Okay. Should we all pick numbers or?
I'm
they go
doing
by
it
the
in my
call order.
head.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm doing it in call order from what I can
Okay.
see.
Okay, this is scary.
One of you
Gwen.
could volunteer while she's doing this.
Yeah, no, Glenn, you're up.
Yeah, okay, I'll go.
I do think also in terms of material prepared, you're also like both you and Velvet have at least enough to talk about, and we can also.
Wow.
Fucking
I'm
calling
sorry.
her
No,
out.
I'm sorry. That was a bad way to put it. I was just saying like y'all had some stuff like it's stuff we've talked about stuff already with regards to your characters. Like I have like like I have more of a clear picture of what they're like.
All right,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Sorry.
so my character's name is Ember Deadman.
Great fucking name. I love that name.
Ember Deadman
Kojima.
is her name, and she is from like the Maitlands Meat, which is like an agricultural area ruled by like a big like bunch of like rich families, basically. Like it's all like aristocracy and stuff, and it's all like very very like politicking on the inside. Like on outwardly they're all like, yeah, okay, we're like one like faction or whatever, but on the inside it's all a bunch of like fucking politicking and like peacocking and fucking everything's all about like princes and duels and horseshit, right? And so
Glenn
my
secretly loves
character
all that shit.
and so my character is the prince of the prince of my family, which is basically a title given to like the like young person who does all of the like fancy dueling and shit. And the playbook I'm playing is the imposter, and the story there is that my character was like born with like a heart defect, right? And the imposter as a playbook deals a little bit with like disability and like trans identity and stuff. And so it's just like I was given like magic powers as like a thing later in life, because like I wanted to be a prince and I wanted to do the dueling, and that's not something you can do without like, you know, being some kind of a wizard. And so I got like a demon eyeball put in my chest, and also my arms are cybernetic, but like wizard cybernetic. It's fine.
They're like really cool sticks.
Well,
That's not true.
I mean, I guess as far as you could call anything a stick, right?
Yeah, they're wizard sticks. Like
Sure.
wands or something.
Fucking yeah, okay.
I'm
Arms
sorry.
are something of a
I'm
wizard stick, if you really
Yeah.
think about it.
Like, how do they even work? Like, what are nerves?
Nerves? They're wizard.
All right,
It's
we're
like
gonna stop talking
electricity or
about my wizard stick now.
Your wizard strap.
Hey, Gwen.
Yeah,
Edge is your wizard stick.
yeah, okay.
Oh no, then it'll get sharp.
And it's the edged weapon we've been talking about.
Oh no!
Fuck.
This is just the edge we've been looking for. This will turn the tide of battle.
Yeah,
Sip some
so
more water and try not to spit it out.
yeah, so fucking Ember's out here like doing her best, trying to like she is helping the coalition with like the fight against the blade or whatever. She believes in this. She is like opposed to the blade and everything. But like as far as her family is concerned, it is just like a princely thing to do. Like you go out and you fucking like have this like political your own like little political adventure that you bring home, and it's just like a feather in your cap to keep being like the prince of your family and like a duelist and stuff on the inside. Right? And so there is like a lack of weight put to her actions as far as like her home is concerned. And she still feels this like she is still like bound to them as far as just like, yeah, this is at the end of the war. This is just where I'm like going home to, right? So like I want to keep in like good favor with my family, but also like there's the situation with my heart, and like the magic that I have is like weird and dangerous, and like I am out here like basically on goodwill because I have like proven myself, and like I have like asserted that this is like a thing that I am capable of. However, I am still probably being treated a little bit like a little bit like fragile, and so like I have to be like super like hyper vigilant to make sure that like nothing bad happens, like make sure that no matter what happens, like I have to appear safe and out of danger, or like or they're going to send someone out to come and like collect me, and like I don't know if I can turn them down when they do.
All right. That's really good. I really like that. Like, I know we've talked about this a little before, but hearing it put out like that is just like, damn, I really enjoy that. Um, I think that's a really good primer on like who Ember is.
Yeah.
Do you want to go ahead and go over the playbook questions?
Yeah, we could go over the playbook questions.
All right. Where and how did you get your augments?
So the Maitland's meat is like a very it is like a very wealthy area. It is involved in like the trade like basically all over the continent, right? It is very like trade routes and like bring in wealth, and like all the different families are like competing with each other to like establish routes, and like peacocking a lot. There's a lot of peacocking. Um and so I think the demon eye that I have implanted in my chest, replacing my heart, is where I get my magic, right? And I think that came into my family's possession just probably a long time ago. Like it was there when my grandpa took over, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like grabbed from somewhere, from like some like curio trader like a billion years ago or whatever, right? Like who fucking knows?
Yeah, it's just like another curio in your fucking curio cabinet, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry if I interrupted. I'm only asking that stuff just so I can make sure I have a clear picture of things.
No. You're good.
Okay. Um. Yeah, that also I feel like is like in line of how I was thinking of it personally. Is that it was
Mhm.
like due to the Maitland speed being inherently. Wait, what?
Did you
What
say
happened?
doo doo?
doo-doo.
I'm sorry.
Fucking poopy in group chat. Was the fucking Grink there?
I'm gaming. You have to be nice to me.
Why?
Okay, sorry. What were you saying?
Sorry. I said that because when on the occasional time I stream, that's what it says in big bold text below my game window.
Oh.
God.
Don't be mean to me. I'm gaming.
Okay, sorry.
on my screen.
What were you saying?
Oh, so I was saying that like due to the fact that the Maitland's meat is inherently a both agricultural and trade hub, just due to the fact that people need to eat and therefore food is profitable.
Mm-hmm.
Get a lot of things in, especially things from like places that might be a bit further away, a bit less well documented, like overseas perhaps. Like they're a very coastal region as well, so they probably have at least a collection of ports and are probably like the most well connected of any of the areas. I don't think Semet's Blade is particularly big on like any sort of like intercontinental travel, because I don't imagine this is the only continent, but I don't think you'll know that much beyond your continent since, well, there are more pressing matters to be concerned with.
Yeah, but I feel like the Maitlands meet, like if there is like any contact outside, The continent?
It's through them.
It's through them. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I 100% agree with that. The only other place that might have contact outside of the continent is the Thorian Concordat, and that's due to the fact that they're a fucking island.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
No one else can because there's this big squid in the way.
So like also probably
you're right. You're so right. Oh my god.
Thank you.
But yeah. So it is like an artifact of an unknown origin, and perhaps even made of an unknown material. But over time, you were able to kind of discern what it did. Maybe it even told you what it did. In some weird manner, like it communicated its purpose and intent to somebody who touched it. Because this is clearly like a powerful magical artifact, and I don't know how else you would have figured out that this can replace an organ.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, who knows? We don't know what to do with this kid, so we're just gonna cut open their chest and mess around with some like magic garbage.
Just put a fucking eyeball in there and see what
Yeah,
happens.
it's fine. It's like won't live long anyways.
Fuck it, we eyeball.
Yeah, fuck it, we eyeball.
When you fall asleep at the sleepover.
Oh, I waited when my friends like rummage around in my chest while I'm asleep.
Big mistake.
Anyway, this is the eyeball in my chest is also the like convenient reason why my character has her tits out all the time.
Yeah, no, because if you
Right.
put a shirt on that, it'd get all itchy.
I get all
It
itchy.
wouldn't feel good.
Yeah,
It's an eye.
it's a fucking eyeball. Come
It's gonna
on.
blink and shit, you know? It's like
Yeah.
Anyways. A fantastic reason to have tits out, honestly.
Yeah.
The eyeballs actually.
So how are they made and of what material? How rare are such things in the world? How noticeable are they? Well, they're stupid noticeable.
Yeah.
I
No.
don't know how you could miss them.
I stand out. They glow a little bit.
Yeah, like you're a little luminescent. Like if somebody turns the lights off, you just see kind of two arms and a big eyeball like floating in the dark. How are they made? No idea. I think it is a complete mystery. Same with material. I don't think people have an inherent understanding of what material it's made of, just that it is strong and very conducive to magic. Probably, I want to say you're probably profane, right?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, like figured. How rare are such things in the world? Probably rare. You
Well,
don't
there
know where
might-
this came from.
well-
there might be more.
There might be another one somewhere.
Yeah, who knows? We
Usually
don't
these things
actually
come in
know.
pairs.
Yeah, this is the weird thing. It might have gotten dug up from a tomb or something. Nobody really knows. Do people use a word other than augment? Oh, that's a really good question, actually. Do you are you modified? Are you marked? Are you cursed?
Ooh, that's a really good question.
Yeah, it doesn't even necessarily have to be people. Like, how would you describe it yourself? Actually, I think is a more important question. Since you're a pretty unique scenario, right? Like, how would you self-describe your connection to this artifact? Like, is it a bond? Is it like chains? Is it like
I will call it a gift.
Okay, I like that. And I like that perspective on it. I think that's very in line with how your character would feel about it too. And
Mhm.
and the things it granted them. Okay. Why did you choose to go under augmentation? Did you choose? It was just so you could fight, right?
Yeah, it was mostly just so I could fight.
Yeah, and you did make this choice.
Mm-hmm.
How does the existence of imposters relate to disability in your world? I imagine it's probably often goes in line with that kind of thing. I think the grafting of magical artifacts is something that comes in line with people who were already had parts that needed replaced.
Right.
Like not many people would willingly go out of their way to except in maybe your case, purposely lose limbs to replace them later. However, I think it was your case that you actually in order to fit this onto you along with the eye, you also had to get the arms as a channeling conduit, and therefore you had to get rid of your current ones.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. I wasn't using them.
Fair enough. But yeah, I would say that imposters are if somebody having a rare somebody coming across a rare artifact that could be grafted onto somebody as a replacement for a limb is probably a thing that is rare, like incredibly rare, probably, but it does is probably you're probably not like inherently alone in how you like in your existence isn't a solo one. There are others
Yeah.
probably out there. It may not even necessarily be on this continent, but there are definitely others out there.
Yeah, and also just like with my characters like story and everything, I feel like a
Mhm.
lot of
Mhm.
a lot of the way that like her family and everything like treats her does kind of hit that like relating to disability thing. I mean, like straight up she was like born with like a heart defect and like wasn't going to live very long,
Mhm.
you know?
Yeah.
And so there's an extent to which like the family is just like overly careful about that.
Mhm.
Um and like maybe rightfully, but you know,
Yeah.
it's
Like
it still like causes me problems.
yeah, no, like to a certain extent they still see you as like that fragile child that almost died.
Yeah, right? Like, you know.
Yeah, no, that's makes sense. It's good. Well, maybe not for you, but I mean from a world building perspective.
Right, and like, you know, I mean, I could get into a whole thing about like how like maybe I wouldn't be so gung ho about proving them wrong if they weren't so gung ho, if they weren't like, you know, so overprotective about it, right? And like maybe I would be in a healthier spot if I was just like, you know, normal about things, but like they weren't, so I can't be.
Yep, that's how it works.
And I will take no
That
criticism on the fact.
yeah. All right, so how do your augments impact your daily life and routines? It makes me fucking awesome, fucking sick.
Yeah, it makes me look fucking cool and badass and sexy all the time. And also my arms are really, really heavy, and I have like back problems about it.
Yeah. Oh no, your arms look so heavy. Do you need me to like hold them up for you? Ma'am. Speaking of which, next question. What kind of reactions do people have to your augments? A hooga wooga of the booty booty. Sorry, I've been waiting for like a full like 10 minutes to make that joke.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, like, yeah, basically, right?
Like, oh, get a look at those donkers. Oh no.
Get a
No.
look at these baps.
Those
I wanna-
hinker dinkers.
What a woman! Hey,
Fucking like tongue like out of like for like a full 2 feet, eyes popping out of my head, like air horn noises.
I'm gonna say that X
Um,
doesn't much care for Ember having her tits out.
all right, that's a gravity clock done. Does not like tits.
don't much care for the titties.
I don't
Get
much
them
care
shits
for your
out of here.
fashion.
All right.
More into
Are your augment? Oh, here. This fucking. You already answered that question after this one. Are your augments heavy or uncomfortable? Can they be removed? Yes and no.
Well, the arms can pop off.
Okay. You don't sleep with them on.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're heavy.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. That
when,
works.
when you take the arms off, is it like the fucking clip with Bender, like reattaching the arms, but you don't understand, like, because it.
No. I take one arm. I take one arm off.
One arm.
Orf.
Look, there's a lot of weird contractions in the Maitland speed. I'm trying to get past it.
Yeah. For the record, I did base the name of the Maitland speed off an Old English word. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So I take an arm off and I set it up. So when I roll out of bed, I fall right on it. It just pops
Oh,
back into
like-
place.
No, honestly, what I was thinking is because, like, here, let me go. I need to look at your picture again because I don't actually forgot what your arms looked like. I'm a good DM. I was kind of thinking that like maybe the arms themselves aren't like securely attached. They're like attached via like magical energy, and whenever you want to take them off, you just kind of cut the connection. Like you just kind of consolidate the energy back into your eye, and then like they just kind of fall off.
Oh God, yeah.
And then you can put them back on like turning on a magnet.
Yeah, like that turning on a magnet. That's how it looked in my mind at least.
God, I get like weird like energy arms, but they can't touch anything except for the prosthetics.
Yeah.
Basically.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Like you like spit out the energy a little bit and like snaps the arms back into place. And I like the idea of you going to bed and then just like cutting them off and then waking up in the morning and like leaving your arms beside you on the bed as you get up to brush your teeth.
Like I sit up before reattaching them and then like go like, oh, God
And, like,
damn
do-
it.
and
And
do,
then,
like,
lay
use some
back down,
stretches.
reattach them, and then sit back up.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I just really like that image in my head. Like, I'm gonna push this idea a little bit onto you because I think it's really good. How do your augments help you control your Astir? Do you use controls with them like usual, or do they interface directly into it somehow? That's all you. I have nothing to say on this.
Definitely interface directly. I think the arms pop off, and the Astir is just big arms for me.
Yeah, that works. I like that a lot.
Oh, that comes.
Yeah, no, like that is specifically reminiscent of one of my favorite mechs from the Gundam series. So,
Mhm.
It's one of the Zaku's. So,
Yeah, so I just like
Yeah, no,
interface directly to
that
the
is
arm
very good.
sockets.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. How do your augments control? Okay, last question. How often is the term imposter used, if at all? Is it formal or informal? Do you have another word for yourself? Are there others who control Astirs in a similar way? I do have a little quick opinion on this. Would you like me to go first?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that everybody in Semet's Blade refers to them as imposters.
What?
That this is not a correct way to use magic.
Oh, that's what you meant.
Yes, like
yeah.
that is inherently a fucked up thing to do. Why would you do that?
Right.
That
I just don't
is
know
a-
how much I like the word imposter to be that thing, right?
Okay, like as inherently a negative thing.
Well, as like a word we use, period.
Okay, that's fine then.
Right. Like
Um,
I don't know. Just like the vibe's a little bit off.
Okay.
I just don't want to think of Among Us every time we.
Yes. Thank you. I didn't want to say it.
That's fine. It's very much fair. But it's so not in the word imposter, but I mean, I think Semet's Blade would still look at y'all like with like relative disdain or like
Mhm.
kind of like probably
Yeah,
think of it as
right.
just kind of gross.
Yeah. Right. Like I specifically can be heretical.
Yes.
Right.
You do have a big demon eye in your chest after all.
Well, fucking at me about it next time.
I literally did.
Yeah.
I'm talking to you.
Keep doing it, bitch.
Okay. I will.
Heretical.
Thank you, Venus.
Just tits.
Yeah. Thanks, Lena.
You- Memory
Yep.
glands.
You want to keep going?
Are you just gonna start reading off the fucking
Bahonkadonkus.
Blasphememories.
just like Googling boob synonyms?
Yeah. Thank you for the blasphemies, Velvet.
Of course, anytime.
Thank you, chat, for the blasphememories.
Okay. All right.
Went out
Yeah.
here thanking her girlfriend for tits live on stream.
Well. Yeah.
So long, and thanks for all the tits.
I think we're gonna cap that at like the only Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference for
Mhm.
the streaming series. That's the one. No more.
Oh man.
I'm calling it now.
Okay. Yeah. So I think the Blade would like largely call Ember and heretic.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's fun.
that's good to me. Because like especially since the Blaze primarily consists like their force standing force primarily consists of paradigms and probably a collection of arcanists from the Thorian Concordat. Just as like, for people who couldn't necessarily become paradigms, but like had potential talent as a pilot.
Yeah.
Send them over there. Suddenly they get to become a pilot. We don't ask any questions.
I would say there's probably no imposters and no witches.
Yeah, I think there are neither of those, and if you were discovered to be either of them, you are either exiled or executed. That might be one of the few things they have like an extremely harsh stance towards, especially considering the fact that channelers, while a valuable force, since they don't accept those kinds into their force, they cannot leave them to potentially bolster the enemy's forces.
Right. I am
Mhm.
curious how imposters, like in general, are like a known quantity outside of this like one specific case, right?
I think I want to say there's enough knowledge of their existence. Like there's been enough throughout history that this has been a thing that you can do, especially when you come from like a wealthy family that probably has more access to like books and like scientific knowledge and just like a library. Like they probably had like more resources available to do research on this very specific thing, especially if they were trying to save your life as a child.
Yeah. Okay.
So this was something they might have become aware of, just through like reading things, reading like testimonials, and like doing various research, and became aware of the existence of people who like would implant themselves with magical artifacts to like grant them like life force and power, and they're like, well, shit, that might be our only choice. So,
But the average person,
no, I don't think this
like
is
farmer,
particularly
isn't going to have any idea what this means.
Yeah, no, like if you went and met somebody from like the fucking like bog marches, they'd be like, "What the fuck? Why? What
Wow,
you got
here's
in your
another
chest
bitch who can do
there?
magic.
Bahonkadonkas."
Yeah, the jets are out so people don't notice the eyeball.
Yeah. First, they notice the eyeball. First.
I'm a simple mud merchant.
A
They
Simple
sell me
mud
mud at we stand.
I don't know
simple
much
mud
about
sales
eyeballs.
salesman.
Girls buy mud from me all the time. It's a very busy life.
Business is good.
It is good. Women love mud.
Mhm. I sell mud in a swamp. Truly, I'm the best salesman in the world.
Women want me, fish fear me, on account of me mud.
On account of me, mud.
On account of me mud.
Damn it, I have to make a mud salesman now. I have to make this like an actor somewhere in the series. A fucking mud peddler.
Gotta make like a mud mech.
I have to make a mud Astir. I have to make a mud man. I'm a spear made out of mud. And twigs. God, that would actually make for a really fun mission optic. Like, oh shit, an old god has arisen in a remote area, and you have to go fix it. Otherwise, they won't be able to join the forest. And it's literally just an Astir made out of mugs and mud and twigs.
Woohoo!
It's like actually just it's the equivalent to the mud peddler of like one of those guys that dresses up in a costume and spins a sign for your like place as like I made a mud Astir. And then
Look at this is the power of mud.
this is the power of mud. Come buy me mud.
Just one of those like those like tube guys that like wave around in the wind, but made out of mud.
What are those even called?
Wacky waving arm inflatable tube man?
Yeah, sure.
I think that sounds right. I'm gonna believe you on that one. All right. Jokes aside, I think that about covers the imposter playbook.
Yeah.
We'll talk about like the details and stuff come like session 1. I think that's when we'll really get into like the nitty-gritty of y'all's like what y'all can do, what your equipment is and stuff. But I think today is very much just like setting the stage. So in fact, we could even figure that out through the group chat. So but we'll let the mechanics reveal themselves in time. No reason to get into them just yet. Who wants to go next? We have Lena or Velvet.
Lena.
Okay, I'll go. First of all, I'd like to change my lore to be a mud peddler. Second of all, I'm gonna change my name to Arthur Dent just to fucking.
Which looking like
Third of all, I'm gonna
wounds.
need everybody who's playing a girl to change the lore to being in love with me. On account of my mud wears.
Literally, like fucking Arthur Dent isekai into this world, becomes a mud peddler and develops a harem.
I cannot in any universe imagine Arthur Dent having
Like harem.
I can't imagine him having a lover, let alone a harem.
Arthur Dent gets hit by a truck and gets isekai.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be right back, but I'm gonna be listening to the stream on my phone.
Yeah, no worries.
Alright. Get out
Let's
of here.
see. I'm gonna scroll down to the Witch playbook. Where the fuck is it?
More like which gay book?
Yeah. Ah, got him.
another zinger from everybody's.
But I don't like.
Don't sell yourself short. You're doing it. You're having a good time here.
Everybody's one of the top 5 people in this stream right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
What I
no.
like about what I like about the order we've been doing this is that these playbooks are in an order in the book, and we are basically going in as not in order as possible.
This is very true. All right. So the witch.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, what?
Oh, I was just gonna go just quickly ask. On foot, are you arcane or profane?
Oh, definitely profane.
Yeah, I figured. I just wanted to make that clear. We're gonna have a very tilted party in terms of elemental balances, and I think that's great.
Oh yeah, obviously.
Also, I think isn't profane strong against the divine, or is it the other way around?
No, I think divine is strong against the profane.
Yeah,
Awesome. This is gonna rule.
Yeah, this is gonna rule. We're all very poorly equipped for this.
Fuck yeah, dude. All right, let's go. So
yeah. Hey, ooh. I will talk about my character now.
yes, I'm excited.
Okay. So character's name is Mal, which is short for malady, like a sickness, because she's edgy like that.
Yeah, and she does get down with the sickness.
Ooh,
Sorry, that one really got me. Like, it caught me off guard a little and made me fucking barf a laugh out.
Like it was the obvious bit, but the intensity of it really sold it.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it just fucking kind of hit me like a baseball bat.
Well, I'm glad I could hit you with a baseball bat.
I'm not Jesus.
Well, too fucking bad, loser. Get fucking concussed. Bitch.
Not again.
Okay, so the general idea with the
Mhm.
lore is she comes from Kosen in Semet's Blade. She comes from the capital city, but specifically like fucking orphan in the slums, like absolute like poorest of the poor, born in the streets. Like spent early childhood like going from like doing like petty pickpocketing stuff and like just fighting to survive. I think
A real
conceptually
street rat.
yeah, total street rat, like occasionally running with like occasionally working for like thieving groups, thieving crews, but like just like going from place to place in the city, just like trying to survive. And specifically, I like to think that she probably had like an older sister figure that was there, but like she wasn't really looking after her. It was more like a she was constantly specifically in order to feed into some traumas. She was always told she was always treated as a burden and was like, we're gonna ditch you first chance I get. I'm fucking ditching you. You're just like fucking and like generally speaking, like not in a very grew up in a not very loving environment and eventually was abandoned when like she was a kid and like almost starved to death in the street. And around this point, like I like to think very young, she got her sort of patron of like, and that's how she was able to survive, is by getting this patron. I'm a little hesitant on specific details, but I want the patron to be kind of fucked up and maybe an evil spider lady, if that's allowed.
Oh yeah, no. Here's the thing about the patron is that I feel like that's something we're probably going to be more like discussing together, because ultimately speaking, I'm playing the patron.
Yeah,
the patron is a character that I play. And I get to do things to you.
You get to do things to me. Yeah, you get to do terrible things to me. Yeah, I want her to be like a
Get in line.
fucking gay ass. Opens the trap door to the fucking lava piranhas, gay ass. Anyway, so, but yeah, I kind of want like my general idea and the general vibe is I want a fucked up spider lady that is very much like I'm giving you this now, and you're gonna have to pay like you're gonna have to pay a long like a really big price that I'm not gonna clarify later on once you've gotten your use out of me. It's like not exactly. It's like they're both using each other to get
Okay.
by. And like generally speaking, so like on account of the you know not part of that as we mentioned, like the witches and the fucking imposters and stuff are not accepted there. So I
Yeah.
don't she's the sort that's probably not actually attached to any sort of ideological like she's not like from there, as we've mentioned. She's not like, oh, I sure do, oh boy, I sure do love
Hanging out in my hometown of Kosen.
yeah, I sure do love hanging out in my hometown of Kosen, or I sure do want to stand up for the ragtag team down in the south. It's more like this is a fucking place where I can like do the thing with the like I can utilize this power that I've been given and survive onwards. And so I think a big part of that backstory is it's kind of like she doesn't trust anyone, and but it's not in like the sort of I don't like playing RPG characters where they're like, I had a traumatic backstory, and so I'm quiet and don't like interacting. She's like, I want a player to be a loud bitch that is very much like needs everybody to know that she very much at least wants to pretend that she is convinced that she is the most powerful person in the room at all times. She is stronger than everyone around her. She's better than anyone around her, and everybody else is like weak. And it sort of probably trying to mask for that, like was told like was like I was useless and weak as a child, and now I have to, in order to be allowed to survive around anyone, I need to like prove like I need to be better than everyone else to prove that I am more valuable than anyone else and therefore won't be abandoned.
Oh yeah, no, that's like absolutely great. And it's also very in line with like the kind of aesthetics this game chases. Like
Mhm.
it is very much like a common trope in a lot of like mech fiction to have like a pilot that is like only valuable as a pilot so long as they can prove that value.
Yeah, and she's
Yeah,
like
no, it's like good.
Which I'm now realizing I've made an Asuka clone, but that's fine.
That's fine. That's
That's
perfectly fine. That's like
fine.
this. That's what this game is fucking about. And also, it's not even a clone. It's like
Yeah.
you are borrowing from characters or things that you like or have like read. Like that's just how shit works. That's how
Yeah.
fiction works.
Yeah.
Just like Hideaki Anno.
Yeah, and like I'm thinking generally speaking, I don't want to make her like her flaws get so in the way that like we can't have a fucking campaign, but she is definitely the sort to like do something that is not even necessarily the most strategically viable thing in a combat for the sake of like I have to show off, and also I can't let anyone else get the spotlight.
Oh
Um,
yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. I think the game is very well suited to that kind of play style. I don't think like this game is the way this game I think structures combat is not in a way such as like Lancer where you have to like play like an actual fucking board game. It's more cinematic.
Yeah. And that's sort of why I would say like this would probably be a good game to have that kind of character
Mhm.
because I can have a character that is not like necessarily thinking strategically and is more thinking about herself. You know, until I like to think that maybe she can have some character arcs and be slightly less of a bitch, but we will see how that goes. Maybe she'll be worse. We can make her worse.
We could always make it worse.
Like looking at her, I can make her worse.
Look at this
It could be
bitch.
so much worse.
I she's still got a semblance of humanity in there, and we're gonna crush it.
I gotta scrub that out.
Yeah, we're gonna fucking squeeze her like I'm wringing out a dishcloth, and that's but the instead of water, it's fucking redeemable quality. Fuck you.
All we're saying is this game has some very compelling betrayal mechanics.
That is true. Like this game is very like emphasized on relationships and how those relationships change over time. So it can very much, and it can be positive or negative. It is simply just tracking relationship progression. So there's no like strict definition on how those relationships have to work. So just that when the clock reaches its like finale, something big happens. Basically, like this is the culmination of like these changes so far, and you get experience or like a level up, and like shit goes one way or another. So
Yeah.
God, this game's really cool. I'm excited to play this.
Yeah, me
what
too.
and
Hey.
who? Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody, it would be really funny if one of you was just like, no, I'm not fucking interested. I
Yeah,
don't
this
wanna hear.
sucks.
Fucking
Yeah,
hate
this fucking sucks. I'm gonna go play fucking Battleship.
I'm gonna go play Lancer.
I just
You're gonna
wait, wait. Are you telling me about these D20s for nothing? I'm going home.
Fun fact, I literally am in a Lancer campaign right now.
Yeah, you told us all about it.
I know. I made a huge fucking 1-page post about how much I love Lancer. I do. It's what can I say? And speaking of which, the person who's running that game is my roommate Jane.
Yeah.
So, she's doing a very good job. Once again, to people who were not here earlier, the map that you are looking at now was drawn by Jane _ on Twitter. Podcast of Power. I'm just going to do a quick plug for her because that was I'm
Did a
probably
lot
going
of
to
work
plug
in
her on
funsies.
Your
Yeah.
fucking
Drop a-
nerd
drop a
roommate
link
that's a
in chat.
nerd.
Yeah, no, but go follow her on Twitter and follow Podcast of Power on Twitter.
If you like
Let's-
nerd podcasts. I don't know why I'm being mean to your roommate.
I don't know why you're being my
I've
roommate. Why are
never
you
met
doing
this
that?
person. I don't know. I'm scared. I'm getting in character.
Just being
You're
petty
coping
and bitchy
again.
for no reason.
This is my coping.
You're method acting. It's fine.
This is method acting.
All right, so let's get to the questions. Let's get to the fucking interview questions. What and who is your patron? Are they supernatural or just powerful enough to seem so? And this doesn't have to be like a one-sided thing that you can come up with alone. I actually do have some personal ideas, like with regards to, like how your patron works.
Oh, please do, because the patron is definitely the thing that I'm like most fucking.
Oh yeah, no, it's something I mean I've been thinking about it a lot, mostly just because like I want things that originate. I want something to originate from the Caradella Waste. I want something to originate from my stupid wasteland that I made. And that's why I was thinking about it so much. Like, please, for the love of God, can something come from there? I want something weird, fucked up to come out of that place.
Well, hey, spider lady, bugs.
Yeah,
gross.
no, I want to say that this is like, probably like, I want to say that this spider lady probably isn't like immediately identifiable. Like, it's not like Spider Lady in the like Quelaag. I want to say that it is a like normal, is like just a freakish like looking spider that is a lady.
Yeah, it's not like a clear delineation between like the spider parts and the lady parts.
Yeah, it's not a spider Tor.
Yeah, no, it's not like like when I say spider lady, I mean I want it to be fucked up, freaky little bug creature.
Yeah,
and it is important to me. It doesn't have to have any visual change, but it is important to me that this gross creature is some type of girl creature.
Yeah, no, that's fine, and I agree with that. I think creatures can have a gender if they want to.
I mean, also, okay. I'm spinning this because this is sort of improvisational based on like what you've said, but I want to try and incorporate your swamps in.
Oh yeah, sure. It could also come from the swamp too.
Well, yeah, because that's sort of where I'm thinking with this is if the swamps all had their own sort of gods and stuff and religions that were then like sort of scrubbed out.
Yeah, that'd be very good.
It has their very own like religions that were scrubbed out and are like forgotten and are replaced by like the monotheistic sort of Semet's blade uniform.
Oh yeah,
and now there's a bunch of gods that don't really have anyone worshipping them. And
yeah, or have their homes essentially eviscerated and destroyed. You got some homeless gods on the run.
You've got some like homeless, unemployed gods looking for like their place, like sort of also like in a way also like struggling to find their place in this new world that is
Oh
being
yeah, that is really good. Yeah, no, I'm like super into that. I love the idea of just fucking gods looking for believers.
Yeah, God's looking for like not even so much looking for believers, but just like looking for someone to like they will do what they do with their godly stuff, and you will have your influence and you can be used. Like they need not even necessarily followers, but just servants to give them some semblance of like I don't know if necessarily this specific patron has like a plan of like, well, if I give you power, you'll be fighting, you'll probably be fighting against the institutions that like made me not a god anymore, or if it's just so much like just grasping at straws, like I need something to serve me.
I actually think I really like the idea of two really desperate people or two really desperate things finding themselves in a very desperate moment where they both really need each other.
I actually, oh, that's really cool.
But like
Yeah.
this spider had to cross the entire continent and like in search of like any semblance left of like faith, because it's probably like a thing where like if people don't like worship it or tribute to it, it's just gonna like fucking starve and die.
Well, yeah, and actually, yeah, like even another, it doesn't even like necessarily, it doesn't even have to like have traveled to like the capital. It could even be like gods are bound, if gods are bound to their worship, then they're probably bound to like also bound to the idols that are built of them. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of like stuff and religious artifacts were fucking like torn up, put in like fucking like archive, like sent brought home as
A literal
wardrobe.
landfill.
Like or a literal landfill, and it's like
Yeah,
now
no.
like, basically in like the basement of a lost relics of like some forgotten like relic, and she like this deity is like bound to the artifact and is brought there, and is like maybe like a deity that is like the artifact is bound there and like thrown to a sewer, and then this like literal gutter like.
Yeah, this gutter rat like finds
gutter-
it and like
gutter rat
literally
style.
it like floats
Yeah.
on by and like brushes her hand in like in the flow of water.
Yeah.
And then you get like the moment of contract, like
Yeah.
and the spider taking the split second time to like continue like just taking the time to make sure they both persist.
Yeah, I actually. Oh,
That
that's
whips
actually.
ass. Yeah,
Holy
that whips
shit!
ass.
That comes buckets.
That comes like
Yeah, no,
sewers.
this whips ass. I like this a lot.
Okay.
Two entities in a desperate moment having like great need of each other. Like you have this child literally dying in a sewer, like probably on the run from something, having no food, no water, and then you have this spider that is literally just like its final idol remaining, got dumped in a landfill, flowed into the sewer, and is like on its way to just disintegrate. Like
This,
it's the last vestige of its existence.
this fucking rules. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, I love this a lot. This is really cool.
I have a small
So,
question.
Oh, yeah.
If your patron is a spider, why are you a lizard?
You can't just ask someone why they're a lizard.
That's like, that's like fucking like rude.
Why aren't you a lizard?
Yeah, no, like, yeah, I won't ask you where your uniform comes from.
I made it. I that was
I mean,
part of my
actually, that
backstory.
was
I made my uniform.
that was literally asked. That's
I know.
literally.
I know. I'm role
Why am I
playing
not a
here.
lizard?
Role playing is what? The spider?
I don't know, like somebody who's being kind of petulant.
Great. Now I have two of you.
But there's only one of me.
No, but I'm also petulant.
No, the joke is that they said great. And I get to make my funny joke every time somebody says great. Because it sounds like my name.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Come up with that yourself?
Hey, great. Really funny joke, babe.
Yay! I only do this once or twice a stream.
Mhm.
It's my special treat. It's like putting a treat in my mouth.
Yeah.
Don't say that so tiredly.
Yeah.
It's just it's your special treat to chat or to all the viewers at home. Just like my special treat is a piss joke.
Yeah. Truly, a
everybody-
rich indulgence.
Everybody love when I say, "Whoa, pee."
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
honestly,
Yep.
I think like a real pinnacle of your popularity. It's
Yeah.
what the fans love.
I
That's why you
think
have
it's
a
really
Comedy
bold to
Central
claim.
special on piss.
I think
Yeah.
it's really bold to claim. I think it's really bold to claim that you've limited yourself to piss jokes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, all right. I think now that we got like the patron down, just to get us back on track. What is the nature of your relationship with the patron? Now that we kind of have like an idea of like the initial meeting, how are you like connected with them? Like what is like the nature of your relationship? What's the give and take?
Well, we have the context of like both like needing each other in like a time of desperation. I don't think that at the very least at this point, I don't think there's any like beyond the actual like function and like mutual benefit of the agreement. I don't think there's much loyalty beyond that, at least right now. Because I feel like both God and the like both patron and the player, like, or both patron and the character are like probably neither of them are feeling particularly trusting of anyone right now. Both are feeling quite betrayed. They're used to betrayal,
Mhm.
and aren't ones to just like the first time they find someone else that like they can use each other. They are not the kind of like, okay, I have a loyalty to you. It's like, I love you, my subject. You're so cool. Or
Yeah.
you're my god that I worship as like a deity. Like, and I have so much respect for you. It's like very much like,
Yeah, image of them shaking hands and each holding like a weapon behind their backs.
yeah, exactly. I think that's exactly it. Because it's like
Okay.
like I think Malo's going in with an assumption that like, well, yeah, there is going to be a cost to this.
Yeah, like it is very much a tenuous it's like a tenuous agreement between the two of you. Like I give you what you need in exchange for you giving me what I need.
Exactly. And
And like it is a very tenuous arrangement that it is and is not something we can easily break due to it being dependent currently on both of our survival. Like we can't not we cannot live without the other right now.
yeah, we cannot live without the other. And it is unclear if either of us reaches a point where we can live without the other.
If
Like,
this relationship will continue.
yeah, if this is a relationship that will last, I think it's not something that either the I think it's not something that either character is really introspective about right now.
Yeah, no, I think that's like space to explore over the course of like a campaign.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
In fact, that's actually a great gravity hook. Great gravity clock right there, actually. That we could set up later. Oh, actually, that's literally a mechanic. There, you have an extra gravity clock with your patron.
Yeah, that is true. That is
Representing the tenuous bond between you. All right, yeah, that tracks. Are there other witches serving your patron? Nope, not anymore.
Yeah.
Are there other witches at all? Probably.
Yeah, there's other there's a lot of there's a lot of dying gods.
Yeah, there's like a lot of like dark, and not even gods necessarily, just entities that can grant power for a price rather than through devotion.
Yeah, exactly.
Like far more contractual agreements than like one of like I am your servant, my lord. We are fucking under attack, my lord. Play now. Okay, is your bond with your patron forever or will it expire? Depends.
It depends.
We don't know yet. Like I said,
Yeah.
this is a very new thing. We're both kind of getting used to it here. We're like figuring out our boundaries.
It's like the sort of thing. Yeah, it's definitely the sort of thing where if we get in a situation where we aren't bound together, it's dependent on larger geopolitical factors.
Yeah.
Like it's unclear if like after so many decades of like being, or like after like time being under occupation and stuff, like whether they could, like, this god could go back to their town and be accepted with open arms, or not.
Yeah.
Can the patron go back to its old life? Like, it's
Yeah.
probably still banking on that and hoping for that and having like worship and stuff, but that might not be in the cards. Like, each other might be all either gets.
Yeah. No. Yeah. That sounds right to me, and I like that a lot. What other kinds of beings is this that could be patrons? This is actually something I've also been thinking about, just like while we've been talking. I think anything that is old and powerful. It does not have to be a god. It does not have to be a living thing. It doesn't even have to be sentient. Like a patron in some cases could literally be an extremely old tree.
That happened to me once.
Yeah. You had some of that, like, that fucking vintage maple syrup, and now you got weird powers.
Yeah, you smoke the whole thing like a cigar, and now you can throw lightning.
The whole
Yeah.
tree?
Fucking mad chuffing.
Yeah,
Coughed for a month straight.
I took a big I took a big smoke of it and died instantly.
And then I came back and I was cool.
And then when I came back,
It's cool as
it
fuck.
was Albert Einstein.
God.
There was a sewer man.
There was a Superman.
Okay. All right. So yeah, no, I think that's just basically my stance on it. I think if there are going to be other patrons in the future, that is something we can just figure out, or something I will just figure out. Did forming the spawn cost you anything now, or will it in the future? That is an excellent question that I have no answer for.
Yeah, I think that is I haven't thought of anything that it has cost her yet.
But it will probably cost something later.
There is probably a debt to be paid.
I mean, you're
Yeah,
saying shit like you
like-
don't have a cloaca now.
Oh fuck, my cloaca got replaced by a normie ass pussy. Fuck. This was the price. It was too fucking high, I guess. Fuck, I don't know.
Let's see. So I'm gonna say, like, in this context, then, it's very much like power in this form cannot come without a price. So essentially, as you use your power, you're effectively building up a debt.
Yeah.
Okay. I also have another idea.
Okay.
Is there a recognizable symbol of your patronage? I actually have like an idea for this that I was like really like an associated familiar. I sense like I don't think your patron would have like a visible mark on your body. I genuinely think that the more you use the power, the more fucked up your shadow becomes.
Oh, that's actually really cool.
Like the spider limbs start growing out of it. The more you use your power.
Yeah, I like it because it's like subtle and a thing that a lot of people wouldn't notice at first, but once you notice it, it's so fucking uncanny. Like there's something.
Yeah, no,
that-
it grows and twists and becomes like abhorrent.
I love that. Yeah, I love that, and well, also because it's a thing that doesn't necessarily impact me negatively yet, but it feels almost like foreshadowing of some like the kind of price that's going to be paid.
Yeah. Also, I think the spider should live in your shadow.
Yes, and then like she climbs out of the shadow like at a dark goop.
Yeah, no, like I very much this is like a weird like essence of a spider. It may have been a spider at one point, but it is old and powerful and probably a little spoiled.
This is like nasty Midna.
Yeah.
Midna, she was nasty.
Yeah. Midna but goop. But what if Midna was an oil slick?
Yeah. Yuck.
All right. Are your boons an informal collection of helpful magics or something more defined? If so, what do you call them?
My boobs? I'm sorry.
Yeah, what do you call them?
I call them Gilbert and Sullivan. I don't know. Fuck.
Call them Arthur and Den.
I call them Zaphod and Beeblebrox.
I thought we promised there would only be the one.
No, Gray made a demand.
I
That's
call
different.
mine Turner and Hooch. After my favorite Tom Hanks movie.
what one boob has the word post tattooed to it, and the other really fucked up boob has structuralism, just like tattooed.
Yeah, it just fucking trails off into like the armpit.
Okay. I'm breathing. Boons. That's the word.
Oh, I just noticed the fucking permitted term. I'm like lightly glancing back at the chat real fast. Thank you for being a good mod, Velvet.
Yeah, of course, anytime.
Yeah.
Was it ass pussy?
Yeah,
was
it was
ass
ass
pussy,
pussy.
Yeah.
I think. Hang on, sorry. I'm trying to find the exact wording of the question because I forgot. Oh, it's the last one.
Yeah, it's the last one. This is. I'm setting you free after this one. You're free from your burden of me questioning you.
Fuck yeah. Sorry, yeah. Are you boons? Okay, sorry. I was trying to piece this one together in my head. I think probably more informal because I don't think there's much of a fuck there. I don't think there's like much of an ability to have something particularly formalized in the gutter.
Yeah, I was thinking it more of like it gave you kind of like a paradigm, gave you a place to channel like magic, but doesn't. I don't think it like feels like magic. It just kind of feels like power.
Yeah, like I think it's like there is a power now, and it's like there's a power, like it's a power, and like the specifics of it are like, well, yeah, like probably I would suspect the first thing she would do with the power while she's starting is like she would go up to like some sort of bread stand and use like shadow magic to intimidate and scare the guy so that she could just steal the bread and run and eat or something like that, like something short-term functional things that they definitely have like how they are defined or like and what they look like and stuff are like definitely informed by the patron itself, but also like are gonna largely be dependent on like quick thinking in a situation or whatever.
Yeah, no, that tracks with me. And also like one of the descriptors for magic is smothering darkness, and that tracks perfectly.
Yeah.
Like, what is your magic like? Smothering darkness. Easy.
Oh yeah.
Having a control over like some degree of shadow and being able to like manipulate it at will to like do stuff, I think is a very like basically having like a control over something you wouldn't have been able to before is just kind of how that works. Also, the fucking boons are really cool. Reading the fucking boon section is fun.
Yeah, well, yeah, and also, I mean, I think if I can add like one bit of a detail rather than specifically just being like smothering shadow, though it should be like that. I also kind of if I could lean in a little bit to like the idea of like spiders have venom and maybe like it's kind of toxic and corrosive in a way.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So maybe something that like looks like shadow but has like more substance and reality. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's like the sort of thing like it looks like shadow and like the shadow can go over things, but like it like rots things to the touch. It's like corrosive and like damaging. Sort of, yeah.
You could probably like spin it like thread as well. Like you probably have very fine control over it.
Exactly. Yeah. I like that.
All right, yeah, that works for me. I am very into that. And I will figure out. Do you have a name for your patron? Actually, do you want to come up with a name for that now, or do you just want to leave that to me?
Oh, I should. I mean, oh god, I didn't think of a name. Fucking Boobzilla. No.
I'd rather not. I don't want to. I have to play this character. I have to come up with a voice for them. I don't want to come up with a voice for Boobzilla.
I know. I would. Fine, Boobzilla too.
Oh no, the sequel.
I'm like, oh god, hang on. Random name generator, spider.
I spilled water on myself.
While you're coming up with that name, do you actually not want to answer my question from earlier?
Wait, what was your question from earlier?
Why are you a lizard?
Oh, right.
Yeah,
You
you
were
all just
avoiding
made
that
jokes
one.
and then stop talking about it.
Why am I a lizard is it has no character significance, and I think scales are cute.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
There's just lizard people out there somewhere.
Yeah,
Like-
there can be.
Like I was told I could have a furry. I didn't know I'd be fucking Spanish
No, that's
positioned for my furry appearance.
babe.
Yeah,
That's fine.
I know. I love you.
I love you too.
Mwah.
And homosexuals.
Fuck
in the
you.
chat.
Yeah, I was just wondering if it was because you're like half demonic looking, so I was wondering if it was like significant or just a design choice.
No,
Yeah.
she looked like that when she was a baby. She was a
Yeah.
fucked up baby.
Yeah, no, that's actually what I was like thinking about too, which is why I like wanted to talk about like the mark and stuff, and like once knowing that like okay, if she just looks like this, you should be having. I should have a little fun with the mark. I should get a little experimental.
Yeah, it's like you might think it's like, oh yeah, I have I'm marked by a profane supernatural being. It's like, oh, is that why you have horns? No, that's just
No,
that-
I
those-
was born with these. What the fuck are you on?
no, my
What are you
grandpa was a
talking about?
lizard.
Why don't you have horns?
why don't you? Why I don't ask you why you're a fucking brunette, Janet.
Fucking Janet. Goddamn.
Fucking Janet.
Oh God, I've actually been so one thing I've been thinking about passively while sitting here is like what your commanding officer looks like, the person who like issues you orders. And like the image that comes to mind is a graying, tired looking like 50-year-old lady that's like constantly shuffling around paperwork.
Right.
Like somebody like one of the few people that has like a long-term military experience and has to organize this fucking mess. And God, her name could be Janet.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's call her Janet.
I think Janet, like a very boring, plain-sounding name, is very accurate to how this like lady would look, but perhaps not act. I think she ultimately would be like a pretty cool person, but like, oh my God, she has never slept.
I think her first name should be Janet, and then I think her last name should be something French.
Yeah, that works for me. Or it's just something more in vain with like the world.
Yeah.
But having such a normal name in such a like it's fucking fucked up and twisted world. My sick fantasy.
Having someone named Janet in a world with fucking Ember Dead Man.
Yeah, Ember Dead Man and X. And your commanding officer is just fucking Janet Smith. Okay. Yeah, alright. I think that just about covers the witch after jokes are done. Which only leaves one person.
Yeah, hi. I guess I should talk about my guy now. Yeah.
Yeah, you should talk about your dude. Your extremely normal man.
Yeah, my extremely normal man. Okay,
I have
right.
to scroll all the way back up to Arcanist.
Yeah, like yeah, we did this in the least in order way we possibly could have.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm stretching.
Oh yeah, Arcanist does really work well for the kind of character you are playing. Oh God, yeah, no, I'm like I kind of see like the why you went the direction you did and how things kind of worked out, and I'm like, oh, you did a very good job in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm really happy with it. Yeah, so I am playing a guy named Kane Myriad. So okay, I haven't established like I don't have like the strongest deal of like the early life stuff, right? Like he came from like one of the places that makes it the coalition. Like I guess like do we know how long the like conflict between the coalition and Semester Blade has been going on? Like how long has the coalition existed?
That's something I was talking about with Jane earlier. Let me go ahead and look at the timeline she presented to me. I want to say like the first real conflict was like the first real clash between the two of them was like 5 years ago.
Okay.
However, like Semet's conquest probably began like 20 years ago.
Okay. Yeah. So
Like actually no, more like probably like 18 years ago. I want to say 18 years ago because they've it took time for them to like consolidate their resources and like once like the South became like aware of what was like on the way, that's when they formed the coalition. It was more of a they need to be proactive because if they don't have time to prepare themselves, then they're just going to get run over.
okay. Yeah. So yeah. So I think that like God, I'm trying to figure out how to like establish all of the details that I need to establish for this.
Mhm.
Without like just jumping all over the place, but yeah, we grew up in like one of those countries. We haven't like nailed down exactly, but like um
In fact, I think you and Kane could have even technically come from the Authority.
yeah, I don't think Anchor of the Authority though.
Okay.
Or like I think I think Kane was like part of like a group of people who like volunteered to like go off to like fucking the weird magic school off in the Concordat.
Hmm.
Right, like I think like even before like the coalition formed, right, like that like whichever one of those countries, which again we haven't defined super well, was
Okay.
well, like one of them was like shoring up their military force in regards to like what Semet's Blade was doing in regards to like like long-standing like tensions with their neighbors,
Hmm.
and just sort of made like an order to the school in the Concordat. Like how the Concordat works is like basically they like sell um but basically like you send guys out there to like their school and they like send you back like like after like a few years, they send them back with like a mech they know how to pilot, like an Astir they know how to pilot.
Hmm.
Um, like and like
And
you usually this is in like batches. Like they call the batches like orders, both in the sense of like okay, here's like your like like magical scholarly order, and also like very literally here's the order that you've like made to us as
fucking
like a
Amazon
business.
shipment, yeah.
Yeah. Um, but yeah, so like I think Kane like volunteered towards out of like some sort of like some amount of patriotism, right? Like I don't think he had like much of a family before this. I think he like and like was was raised in like some level of, like I don't know like government custody or whatever, right? Like and like had some degree of loyalty that drove him to like go and like join this effort to like get trained to like be an Astir pilot for the like a channeler for like the country he was in, right? Um, went off to school, was doing like really well, like excelled in all of his classes, was like, got along well with all of his peers, considered like a natural leader. It was just like everything was going great. And then he got caught in like he got stuck in like a combat simulator over at the school in the Concordat for like 2 years. Um, was just sort of like fighting for his life in there. And like came out was just like kind of shell shocked, kind of fucked up and like traumatized from the experience. And was like sent back home like with the Astir because that was what the order was for, right? But like
Yeah.
was left out of active combat for like a few years after that, right? Like we both like recover like physically and mentally and like pass at least some degree of like psychological evaluation following that.
Hmm.
Um, and like eventually was able to like return to the was able to like return to battle by the time the coalition had like bonded together and like went to the maybe like was not able to like go back together with the rest of his order, both because of like like they had been active for a while and we had to reintegrate into them, and also like I don't think he like all the way passed psychological evaluations to like be reinstated on that level. It was just kind of like, oh, he's clearly not doing well like not fighting, so I guess we're just gonna try this.
Yeah,
um
no, like, and god damn it, channelers are a rare resource. Gotta take what we
yeah.
can get.
And that is the official story. That's what all the records say.
Mhm.
So in actuality, I guess I'm going to talk a little bit about how the combat simulators at the school in the Concordat work.
Mhm.
Okay, so
I think that
basically, oh sorry, what?
I was gonna say, I think that's fine. I think giving them like giving a little bit of context as to what the Concordat is like and like what the kind of work that they do there, I think will be just enough to like kind of get a basic understanding of what's going on just from like like an outsider's perspective, but like obviously the more finer grittier details was something that I would want to leave to like um the campaign as it progresses.
How much do you want me to say here? I guess like how much?
I think going into like the details of your origins is fine, but like there's going to be some stuff that I want to talk about later that I want to
Okay.
like kind of like nail down with you that I would much prefer to say for like the eventual time when you may have to go to the Thorian Concordat.
Okay, so should I like is everything I said in the like chat fine? Sorry, I just want to like make sure I'm not like preempting.
Oh yeah, let me look. In the chat, like let me scroll up. I think for the most part, I think what we talked about as far as like because this is stuff you the character would know
Yeah. Okay.
and the character could potentially communicate. So I think that's fine.
Okay. Yeah. So
Because I think this is
how?
all being told from your perspective. Sorry.
Yeah. How the Concordance combat simulators work is basically, they have guys that like go out to like battlefields after the fact and just sort of like uh gather and bind the ghosts of the people that fell on the battlefield. And for the simulators, they just kind of like trim off all of the like memories and like traits and like everything that is not like immediately relevant to like fighting, and just like hook them into a machine that creates like a psychic simulation of like you can like fight guy you can like you can have the experience of fighting guys without being put in physical danger. um and there it is a constant upkeep to like make sure that this like to make sure this is sustainable. But like sometimes some things slip through. Sometimes a like weird aggregate consciousness that like runs a simulator will like get a little bit out of control, like trap a guy in there for 2 years, and then like gradually replace him and like learn how to like mask its presence in his body after it kills him. And be sent back to be sent back to the body's original home.
Yeah. Hi.
And be really normal.
And be really normal. Yeah. And spent like a little while after that not being able to go back to the field and like having like a fucking terrible time because it just didn't know anything about not fighting. And so it was just like a year of like constant fear of like, oh shit, I'm gonna like do something wrong, I'm gonna get discovered, and just like barely pulling through by just the fact that everybody assumed he would be like really fucked up.
Mhm.
And like eventually just made the case to like be put in this unit with the rest of these people, in spite of like not fully passing like the psychological evaluations that were like initially set up as like, here's what you need to clear to go back into the field.
Mhm.
And that's why he's here right now.
Yeah, no, that's yeah, that rules. When you first explained it to me, I thought it was like kicked ass, and now having like a more concrete definition to it, it still kicks ass. So,
Yep.
might even kick more ass, I might say. But yeah, no, I think that is that's good old Kyle.
Not wrong name. Good guess.
Oh, fuck. Kane.
Yeah.
I had to look at the stream. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm like, oh yeah, boring dude, Kyle.
No, like because think of that, like I'm less trying to channel like like boring unremarkable dude, and more trying to channel like boring unremarkable anime protagonist that has very few traits.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and answer some of the Arcanist questions because I still think they're like pertinent to you, even with
Mhm.
your like situation. Because ultimately speaking, like with the combat knowledge you have, like you would fundamentally make sense as an Arcanist. Like you are kind of like a wealth of
Mhm.
knowledge in of yourself, and therefore, and a lot of your magical energy comes from the fact that you yourself is a source of magical energy.
Mhm.
Like the aggregate that you are um is like a pretty potent like engine. um so and also you were at the college for a while, I imagine, just
Yeah.
as a like sim, so you like, and being a
Mhm.
psychic link with pilots means you probably pick up things too.
Yeah. Right.
It's
Like
not
I mean, like
necessarily a
I
one-way
do
street.
still like I have access to like the memories of the guy who wasn't here before, right? Like even if
Yeah,
they're not
okay.
like mine necessarily.
Hmm. It's basically like the ghost of him, because like the actual like personality has been kind of like squashed out, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, so in that case, what does formal magical study look like in this world? Like specifically in this case at the Thorian Concordat, it might look different in other places, but
Yeah, I mean, like I think it is a lot of like you get like sent out like by, I don't know, like your family or by like your government or whatever to be like, trained here for like military purposes. And I think it's like I think it is like a very isolated thing, right? I mean, like you are like oftentimes like, you are attending the school of people that you will like probably wind up being in conflict with, or like very possibly
Mhm.
like wind up being in conflict with. But like while you are there, they just kind of try to like, I think there's like sort of a expectation that you won't talk that much about where you are from and that you won't like let that like influence your behavior while you are there.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, like I can see that specifically at the throwing card that kind of leading to like rivalries and like a relatively like isolated school life, as you probably aren't going out of your way to try and make friends,
mhm.
especially if they're people you might have to like kill later.
Like yeah, you got the people you got like sent with usually because usually people aren't ordering just one, right? Like
Hmm.
I think that like the rates are better if you go for a larger order.
Yeah, you
Um,
gotta get the bulk orders in with fucking Costco ass orders
yeah,
for
right.
like for kids that can murder good.
hmm Yeah. So like you have your like fucking squad that you went with, right? But like
Hmm.
usually it's just like it is just like a very like weird isolating like 4 years in a lot of ways, right?
Yeah.
I think they like to the extent of like they probably don't really like keep you up to date on like what the news is outside.
Hmm.
So like you might like be going back to like a war you didn't know was happening
Hmm.
because the important thing is that just that you focus on your studies and you're able to become like a channeler like through their methods.
Or you could be training for a war that you didn't know you lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly. Um, they're just what they do and what they're like paid to do has no impact on the outside world. They will do their job and send you back. That is
Mhm.
what they were asked to do, and that is what they will do. Does not matter where you came from or where they're sending you back to, and what the state of it is. Like for some, like literally, like in some cases, they could be literally sending you back to a blasted hole in the ground.
Mhm.
So,
And like I don't know if
um,
you cause problems from there, like whatever, that's not their problem really.
yeah, no, they got paid, they did their job, they maintained their reputation. That's all that matters. Is this something open and public, like an academy, or private, like training passed down through a family lineage? Was it tied to military service? In the case of the Thorian Concordat, like it is very much private. It is costs money. It is
Mhm.
literally like gating via financial means.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
So
like
either a
I'll
governmental. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't like I was just like obviously like I imagine there are very few cases where like it is not tied to like military service. Like there are very few cases where you're like going back to like pilot and Astir for like civilian ends.
Yeah, like the only place I can think of like fronting money to like just get a channeler would probably be like the nobility in the Maitlands meet in order to have like a prince for
Mhm.
duels.
Hmm.
And if they aren't able to like have an heir that is capable of it, then they have to like make one or probably
Yeah.
adopt out. Like, because I think also like it makes sense if the prince is very much like a family based thing. Is that
Yeah.
okay? Yeah, okay. Um, okay, yeah, so that sounds about right to me. I'd like to think though that there are some sort of like public magic schooling in like some of the smaller areas where they teach like their more local branches of like techniques and shit. I want to say that like not all education is inherently gated behind a paywall or military service. Especially when it comes to more local communities where they're like teaching like magic and craft that is more suited for their like more like community uses, like farming or agriculture or like dealing with the local wildlife, stuff like that.
Yeah, but if you're gonna be good, you're like gonna get good enough to pilot an Astir, you're like
Yeah,
not
it's
you like have to go out to the island.
yeah, either you go to the island or you're just like you were just born like that.
Mhm.
You just had that like innate like affinity for it from the get-go. So all right, cool. Do you have a familiar or bonded item you use to focus your magic?
Yeah, sort of. Like So I mentioned how they use the ghosts to run the combat simulation. They use ghosts for a lot of things though, actually.
Mhm.
And one of those is that the mechs they develop all have like kind of like a weird like ghost piece, like like that has been carefully modified to not seem like a person. Stuck in there. And that is like that like resonates with the with the pilot and is attuned to the pilot, and like that is what helps them use their magic, generally speaking.
Mhm.
Uh,
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So kind of like a onboard computer system, basically, but in a really fucked up way.
yeah,
Okay. Actually, something that popped in my head is apparently effectively a crystallization of a ghost.
hmm
If that sounds cool to you.
What do you mean by
Um,
that?
oh, as in like basically condensing down and like solidifying like this like ghost or spirit or form of energy into like a very like stable and concrete form instead of like the more nebulous form I think it typically exists in, and then like attuning a pilot to it and like installing that into an Astir.
Maybe.
Um, I don't know. I just like the idea of a ghost crystal,
hmm
a crystal made out of ghosts. And specifically like one that has been like specifically, I'm not thinking of like an actual like natural crystal. I'm thinking about it like something that is like formed through a very specific process and condensation and then is like cut into like the shape of like a cartridge.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, like
Um, I just like really like the idea of just fucking open palm slamming a goddamn N64 cartridge into your mech.
uh, right. Like that way is like I can like have access to my magic when I'm not like directly in the Aster
Hmm.
also, right? Like there's like a portable thing. I
Yeah.
also like is like the key to my
Yeah, like having it treated like a key, I think is a very like apt description. I think that works well to me. At least that works well in my brain.
Mhm.
Because it's a conduit in and outside of the Mac as well. Like this is how you would channel your magic outside of the Mac as well. Um, because all of you are capable of like doing magic outside of an Astir.
Yeah. Yeah.
So okay. Um, Neato.
Yeah, it's
What
great. It's
does
normal.
this is very normal. What does your like? It's a completely normal crystal. Don't look at it too hard. You don't look at the shifting colors and maybe like the small little screams that come out of it.
I don't
Yeah,
think there's I
and
don't think
it
there's small little streams that come out. I think they have managed their brand exceptionally well so that nobody thinks this is like there's something fucked up going on here.
Yeah, that's
Like
probably true.
the people who graduated from the school do not know this is happening unless they happen to be like a weird ghost amalgamate inside of like a human's body.
Yeah. So like, in fact, you were probably a horrible leak of confidential information.
Oh yeah, like if they find out like that I'm out here, like that is
Yeah, no, that's
that is not gonna slide.
yeah, no. So that's a fun conflict to bring into the future, specifically like because the Thorium Concordat is like is probably the other place I think about a lot with like Semet's Blade and how they're going to play into this conflict because they are very fucking weird and kind of scary. So what does performing your rituals entail?
Oh God, I feel like I looked over these questions. I feel like I just completely glossed over this one. What does performance rituals entail?
I can reword it into something like a bit more guiding if you'd like.
I mean, you can try.
Okay. I was thinking more in the terms of like as far as like channeling your magic concerns specifically, like because like I think it describes rituals as basically like you're basically writing out mathematical formulae or like encoding something and like preparing that and then executing it with like by pushing power into it when it's time to run. Like
Hmm.
instead of like piloting through like instincts or like unnatural powers or like divine faith, like you actually have to take the time and consideration to really like make your magic do its job. But I think in your case that might look a little differently due to the nature of how your magic works. So maybe like what kind of like how would your encoding work? How would you like develop those instructions?
I mean, like, hmm. Like I think because I am like sort of the same like ghost stuff that there's like a sense to which like I can do it like really quick. I can do it like very like subtly, right? Like I mean,
Mhm.
uh, and then,
Mhm.
like I think like before I took over this body, you know, the guy who was in there was like also good at it in ways that like were kind of similar, right?
Yeah. Like,
So
he
like
could do it, like oh, go ahead, sorry.
so like you know when I came out, I was like, oh wow, your experience of being stuck in that simulator for 2 years made you even better at this, and not like you know,
Why are
Yeah.
you good at this?
Yeah,
yeah, right.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I think that like a lot of but like you know I think more normally there's probably like a lot of like visualization like you know a lot of like charts and conduits of like you know like kind of like imagine like circuitry that is then like you know like imaged into the crystal or whatever, right?
Yeah, so it's like I can imagine like using basically like drawing like runes mid-air to like set
Mhm.
out like your idea of your magical program, and this guy could do it like basically really tight and really fast without even looking at it, to the point where it's like hard to notice, like basically like scribbling on his leg with just his like middle finger really quick and then slamming into the crystal.
Yeah, right.
Um Part of like the thing that popped into my head is maybe instead of doing it via like runes now, I wanted to think, just due to the nature of your abilities, that your rituals more akin to a like conversation,
Hmm.
due to how you might be able to attune to this like catalyst.
Yeah, maybe, right.
Just like that was like the thought that popped into my head. Like, it isn't something that you necessarily have to formulate or like force in the same way, but you still have to like prepare instructions
Hmm.
and like communicate those effectively.
Yeah.
It just doesn't necessarily, it's just not necessarily in the way that is typically seen with arcanists, is like relatively unique.
That totally makes sense to me, right? Like I
Yeah.
well like there is like an understanding of like how ideas are like affected through the like kind of like vague consciousness of the like crystal or whatever, right?
Hmm.
Uh that that like I have like a more like you know an understanding of because I'm like a weird fucking thing.
Yeah.
Um
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. Like, I'm really enjoying. I really want to play into the idea of that, like, you are a unique existence, and therefore your approach to things should also be inherently unique. Even within like the realm of like within the context, especially of the Arcanist, right? Like, they're like, I don't think you are a what is considered a typical Arcanist, but you still like your magic still falls in line with how that stuff
like
works.
I do the same things, right?
Yeah,
Like
you do the same things. It's just how you go about them and how you like interface with it is a little bit different. Like, you're able to, like, I imagine the runes there is basically just like a shorthand way to quickly communicate instructions that the crystal could then interpret. But because you already kind of know how the crystal works, or like the conduit works, you don't need those runes because you could just communicate that information directly.
mhm, yeah.
Like, there's no need for the translation part. Like, it's just like, it's like basically instead of like typing out like Java, right? You can just uh, emit in binary without having to compile anything
Mhm.
as like a coding like explanation.
That totally makes sense to me.
All right, cool. I like that a lot. Um, that is a cool thought to me. Also, because I am a goddamned engineer. Um, where'd you get your Astir? I think this one's pretty obvious. It's
Yeah,
just the
right.
one that they sent back with you.
Yep, yep, and it belongs to the cause,
Um,
like you know, it belongs to like well, it belongs to like the nation that made the order, like of the ones that are like you know in the
yeah,
coalition, right? Like,
yeah, but I mean, it is attuned to you, so like, it is the nation's property, and they can like seize it from you. But I mean, you're basically the only one that can use it.
yeah,
Um,
like I think it is like literally possible for somebody else to like make like you know if they had to like walk it back into like a warehouse somewhere, they could like maybe do that slowly, but like
yeah,
they would be
like,
just like a sitting duck in combat.
mhm. All right. So, do all Arcanists study where you did, or are there multiple schools of thought? I think we already discussed this basically earlier, where I'm saying like, I think Arcanist is a more diverse practice than just the Thorian Concordate. It's just the Thorian Concordate way is the more common one because it is the most consistent way to get channelers when you need channelers.
Hmm.
So. But
Yeah,
I feel
I
like
think like other schools like maybe have like lower success rates, or like maybe if they were like maybe if they were once like more or like maybe they once had like a higher success rate, or like a more like like they've been like competed out of the business in some respect, right? Like
yeah, no, like I think like there are schools within like local cultures to like foster talent and those who have shown like affinity for channeling specifically within their communities. So there's probably like local institutions for that. However, I think like the Thorian Concordat has like cornered out a niche in that you can send people there that may not necessarily have the affinity to quickly become a channeler and then have them come back as a channeler with an Astir. Because I think the Thorian Concordat is capable of like augmenting and enhancing in ways that like other places can't. Or at least that's how I've thought about them at times with regards to like how they like function essentially. Does that vibe with you or
yeah.
okay? Um yeah, so like they've edged out the market primarily due to the fact that they can do something nobody else can. They kind of have a monopoly on like the generation and bolstering of like the like channelers in a force because like otherwise like the number of channelers you had was just a matter of luck. Like how good the crop was in a specific generation basically. But like with like the Thorian Concordat, now channelers could be more directly tied to physical resources, like how much can you afford?
Mhm.
So, um, and that is a pretty niche thing to sell, and also why people probably don't ask too many questions. So, are people like you openly referred to as arcanists? If not, is there another name for what you are?
I'm like I have generally just been saying Arcanists. Like I haven't had like a different term in my head. Uh,
Yeah, fine with me. I think Arcanist is a very nice catch-all term for people who like use magic in this way. It doesn't necessarily have to be the same way, but I mean, like you are using magic in a way that is very like structured and organized and like taught.
mhm.
So I think that that's just like any magic, any channelers that have like learned their magic and like their control from like a school and had like the innate talent for it or otherwise, could be was probably just referred to as upon like finishing their training as an arcanist, like kind of like a title, like a diploma.
Yeah.
Okay, you skipped grades though, so it's fine in a way.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, and that's all for the arcanist sheet, I believe. That's just about all the questions. And I believe with that, I believe we were just about done for the night. I believe that it covers the general world building concepts I wanted to go over, along with just like who y'all are.
Yeah.
How is everybody?
I'm
It has
good.
been 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
I'm a little bit
I'm
chilly.
feeling strong. Oh no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go get a blanket.
Mm,
I got jellified in a cocoon.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Welcome back. Unless you're still in there, I don't know.
No, yeah, this is text to speech because
Are you like just undulating?
um, yeah, that's a good description.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm looking forward to your new form.
It's gonna be me, but like 2 inches taller.
Okay. So like 5'3".
Yeah, and then also an even smaller penis.
I had to come from somewhere.
The 2 inches came from somewhere.
2 inches came. I traded 2 inches of my penis length to go out to my legs.
Fucking stretched them out.
Yeah.
God, now I'm thinking about the fucking. I've read a lot of Baki, um, just out of boredom, and there's like
Mhm.
literally a dude who's just like his whole shtick is that he like chemically alters himself so he can be strong. And there's at one point he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go get my limbs stretched out so I can be taller," and like goes through the fucking limb lengthening procedure, which is like genuinely horrifying.
That happened to me once.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is that why you're not 4'9"?
Yeah, I was at. Well, no, I was actually.
Or 9, more like Fortnite.
I was actually. I was 5'8", and then I got stretched out, and I was 6'2". But then someone sat on me, and that's why I'm 5'1".
I thought you were gonna maybe like you've been stretched too far and you sort of like sprung back.
No, I'm not elastic.
Okay.
Why would you even say that?
I don't
It's like
know. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
like what fucking Stretch Armstrong.
Yeah,
I don't
like
know.
fuck that. This nonsense. You're just saying nonsense to me.
I just wanted to believe.
This is real life, Ruby, with real stakes.
Okay, you're right. I won't take this lightly ever again.
Nah, I was just kidding. I sprang back like a little fucking rubber band. You were right. I was fucking with you.
God damn it. Everybody likes lying to me so much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's fine.
Right. So, what's left in the session 0? Gray.
Hmm?
What's left in the session 0?
What's left of session 0? Oh, this is about all I wanted to do for session 0.
All right. Cool. So,
Also, it's been 4 goddamn hours. I'm not gonna keep y'all here any longer.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
also very
No.
tired.
I was just making sure we didn't have anything like pressing to get to. But if that's
Oh,
it,
no,
then
no,
I
no.
think that's it. Do we want to go ahead and finish off with like plugs?
Sure.
All right.
I have none. I don't have a social media presence for the most
Okay.
part.
Well, I mean, you could like drop a link to your Twitter in chat.
Yeah, I guess I can.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, oh hey, it's great. It's literally my Twitch username.
Yeah. Well, that's not on screen, so
Oh,
bitch.
fucker.
I'm kidding, Gray. I love you.
Oh, me too.
Yeah,
if you want to follow us and like go to the place I don't ever fucking post and only retweet like girls kissing sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Important stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, real important business.
let me see if I can find my Neopets account.
All right. Good shit. Good shit. Yeah. All right, Ruby. Do you wanna like tell us about yourself? Tell you what, any projects you got going on? You wanna shout something out?
I don't know. I mean, I hang out on your stream a lot. I make a Naruto podcast
Yeah.
with you, Gwen, called Konoha Crush.
You do.
Uh,
You wanna get some links together for that? Drop them in chat.
yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I know you're not going to do that, so.
Fucking.
Hey, Gwen, do you have a link to the Patreon anywhere yet?
Yeah, it's on my card.
If you want to hear me and Gwen talk about Naruto, I don't know. I was so prepared to plugs. I don't have a fucking spiel prepared for this shit. But like, Gwen and I, we talk about Naruto every week. We have a great time. We're working through it. We're on the Sasuke retrieval mission now.
Yeah.
And it's a great time. Here's some links to that if you want. I don't know. I'm not used to doing plugs.
Yeah, and if you want to listen, like we're on any of your podcast listening shits. If you're listening to podcasts, look for us on it. Maybe Konoha Crush, spelled kind of like how it sounds. Don't worry about it. All right. Venus, you wanna take it from here?
I mean, I already posted my links.
Yeah,
I make art.
Yeah, but like
I do video games on my streams.
Yeah. All right.
I hang out on Gwen's stream sometimes.
Yeah. Like now.
Like now. Oh my
What
god.
the fuck?
Wow.
Yeah, surprise! This was streamed the whole time.
Yeah.
Everyone has to go follow me because I was so brave and didn't make a joke about a butt plug when you said plugs.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, I guess I actually follow you already, so I can't follow you again.
Hey, Blues, thanks for the 3
Hey,
gifted gift
This
subs.
is it's the 31 now. You know what that means.
What does that mean?
You
I
have to pass
forgot, but there was a bit about it, I think.
Oh yeah, when it gets to 30, one's just gonna die.
Oh yeah, okay, cool.
I don't think that's very cool.
Oh,
Why
Can
not?
you, can you do a send off by dying forever?
Please don't.
Just until next week.
Well, yeah, until next week, but that's like basically forever.
Oh, next
If
week
I
is
was,
such a
like,
long
DM.
time, though. What if? What if
Okay, like how about for like an hour?
Okay, I can die for an hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Thanks for listening, everybody. You know, my links are already all over this place. You know, you fucking know me. I'm Glenn. I'm the one whose channel this is.
The fighting free Guinevere.
Yep. Wow. I'm suddenly like so nervous about dying. So like I guess,
Yeah, I'm gonna really miss you for an hour.
yeah.
It's okay. You'll get better. You'll come back.
Yeah.
You know how hard it is to not talk to Gwen for an hour?
That's pretty hard. I do talk to her a lot.
Point of view, you died for 1 hour at the sleepover. Big mistake.
Oh no.
I put an eye in your chest.
That's fine. It just means I get to look at Gwen's sets all the time.
Woohoo! All right. Here I go. You ready?
Hmm.
I was hoping I would hear a loud thump noise of you just hitting your desk.
Oh, he's
God.
fucking dead.
Oh
Oh,
God.
I guess he is dead.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, yep, gone from the stream.
Sad. Oh well, there's other Gwens.
Not for me. He was the only Gwen for me.
Well, rip to you.
Wait till I show you this new and improved Gwen 2.0.
Oh well, there's other Grays.
Yeah. Oh.